Middlemarch by George Eliot. Adapted by Katie Hims. Episode 1. A Study of Provincial Life.
Imagine Middlemarch. Imagine it in your mind's eye. A provincial town in England. Not in the south, not in the north. Somewhere around the middle. The year is 1829. The economic outlook is gloomy, and in London, Parliament is in crisis. But the effects of this crisis are felt everywhere, and Middlemarch is no exception. They are felt in the smart townhouses off the high street, and in the labourers' cottages out on the farms. They are even felt by the residents of the nearby grand estates, of which there are several. One such estate is Tipton Grange, and that is where we shall start, with Dorothea and Celia Brooke. It is barely 12 months since the two sisters came to live with their uncle at Tipton Grange, but rural opinion about the new young ladies was generally in favour of Celia. Dorothea was considered remarkably clever, but Celia was said to have more common sense. And if any gentleman called at the Grange for no obvious reason, she thought they must be in love with her sister. She sincerely believed that her uncle's neighbour Sir James Chettam only came so often in order to see Celia. A handsome, hearty, red-whiskered baronet, Sir James was dining again at the Grange this evening, along with someone that the sisters had never met before, the Reverend Edward Casaubon, noted for his profound learning.
How do you arrange your documents, Mr. Casaubon?
Pigeonholes, partly.
Pigeonholes will not do. I've tried pigeonholes, but everything gets mixed up.
I wish you would let me sort your papers for you, Uncle. I would letter them all and make a list of subjects under each letter.
I see you have an excellent secretary at hand, Mr. Brooke.
Oh, no, I cannot let young ladies meddle with my documents. They are too flighty.
Dorothea felt hurt, and feared Mr. Casaubon would think her uncle had good reason for this opinion.
Miss Brooke, you are fond of riding, are you not?
I am.
Oh, no, my niece is an excellent horsewoman. Excellent, you know.
I wish you would let me send over a chestnut mare for you to try.
Thank you, Sir James. You are very good, but I mean to give it up.
Give up riding?
Yes.
But why?
My sister likes giving things up. She is prone to self-mortification.
Celia, if that were true, then my giving up riding would be self-indulgence, not self-mortification.
But Miss Brooke, you don't actually think that horsemanship is wrong, do you?
Well, no, not necessarily, but I do think it might be wrong for me.
But why?
We must not inquire too curiously into motives, Mr. Brooke. Miss Brooke knows that they are apt to become feeble in the utterance. We must keep the germinating grain away from the light.
I'm sure Miss Brooke's reasons would do her honour. You have your own opinion about everything, Miss Brooke, and it is always a good opinion.
Dorothea wondered what answer she could possibly give to such a stupid compliment, while Celia wondered, not for the first time, why Dorothea was so blind to Sir James's very obvious admiration.
Mr. Brooke.
Sir James.
Have you ever read Sir Humphrey Davy's Agricultural Chemistry?
No, I haven't. Although I was at university with Humphrey Davy, and with Wordsworth, you know. Wordsworth himself.
Also, Mr. Casaubon.
Mr. Casaubon merely nodded. Dorothea thought him very dignified in his quietness. The set of his iron grey hair and his deep eye sockets made him resemble the philosopher John Locke.
I only asked about Davy's book because I'm going to take one of the farms into my own hands. See if I can do something to set a good example of farming among my tenants. Would you approve of that, Miss Brooke?
Indeed, I do.
No. I think you're making a great mistake there, Chettam.
Do you? Why?
Well, electrifying your land, all that kind of thing. I went into science a great deal myself at one time, but I saw it wouldn't do.
Mr. Brooke was well known for discovering new hobbies, then dropping them as quickly as he had picked them up.
But surely, Uncle, it is better to spend money in finding out how men can make the most of the land which supports them all. It's not a sin to make yourself poor in performing experiments for the good of all.
Listen to that. Young ladies don't understand political economy, Sir James.
Well, do you know, Miss Brooke, Mr. Caleb Garth was telling me the other day that you've been drawing plans for cottages.
Oh, yes. Yes, I have.
Dorothea loves to draw plans.
Well, Mr. Garth thought your plans were excellent.
Did he? Did he really?
He said that you wanted Mr. Brooke to build them, but he thought it unlikely that your uncle would agree.
Caleb Garth was right about that.
But you know it's one of the things I wish to do myself.
Well, that would be wonderful.
Yes, indeed, but perhaps you could let me see the plans.
Yes, of course.
He's throwing money in the gutter, Sir James, since a labourer can never pay rent enough to make it worth your while.
But nonetheless, I think it is worth doing.
Oh, yes, indeed, it is worth doing. I think we deserve to be beaten out of our beautiful houses, all of us who let tenants live in the sties we see around us.
Talking of books, I am reading Southey's Peninsular War. Have you read it, Mr. Casaubon?
No, I have little time for reading as leisure just now. I've been straining my eyesight on old characters lately.
Yes, of course. Yes, Mr. Casaubon studies a great deal, you know.
The sad fact is that I need a reader for my evenings. But I am fastidious in voices. I cannot endure listening to an imperfect reader.
Yes.
My mind is something like the ghost of an ancient wandering about the world and trying mentally to construct it as it used to be.
Hearing Mr. Casaubon speak, Dorothea decided that he was the most interesting man she had ever met. To reconstruct a past world, doubtless with a view to the highest purposes of truth, what a work to be in any way present at, or even to assist in. Later, when the two girls were alone in Dorothea's room, Celia said,
How very ugly Mr. Casaubon is.
Celia, he is one of the most distinguished-looking men I ever saw in my life, and he is remarkably like the portrait of John Locke.
Did John Locke have sallow skin and 2 white moles with hairs on them?
I dare say he did when people of a certain sort looked at him, people who could not see his great soul.
And has Mr. Casaubon a great soul?
Celia delivered this sentence with a touch of naive malice.
Yes, from everything I see in him, I believe he has.
It was not long before Mr. Casaubon was invited again to the Grange to dine and stay the night. In the morning, he and Dorothea took a pleasant walk along the gravelled terrace.
Would you mind telling me more about your work, Mr. Casaubon?
Yes. Yes, well, to summarise, I'm trying to demonstrate that all the mythical systems and mythical fragments in the world are corruptions of a single original tradition. And I will call this work A Key to All Mythologies.
It sounds fascinating.
Yet I feel the disadvantage of loneliness, Miss Brooke.
Of course, it must be lonely, yes. It's such solitary work you're doing.
Indeed, I sometimes yearn for the cheerful companionship of youth. Youth can lighten or vary the toils of maturity, you know.
It struck Dorothea then that Mr. Casaubon might be thinking of making her his wife, and the idea that he would do so touched her with a sort of reverential gratitude. She thought to herself,
Everything he says is like something precious discovered in a mine, or the inscription on the door of a museum, a door which might open to reveal treasures from the past.
It was 3 o'clock on this beautiful, breezy autumn day when Mr. Casaubon drove off to his rectory at Lowick, only 5 miles from Tipton. And Dorothea, full of a sudden energy, full of hope for the future, decided to walk through the woods which bordered her uncle's estate.
Miss Brooke!
Oh, Sir James!
How delightful to meet you. I was just on my way to the Grange.
Well, don't let me keep you.
But I was on my way to see you.
Ah, I see.
I was bringing you a present.
The dog is for me?
Yes, it's a Maltese puppy.
I know.
Well, don't you like dogs?
Oh, sorry, no, not one so small as this.
I see.
It is painful for me to see these dogs bred as merely pets.
Why is that?
I believe all the petting that is given to them does not make them happy. They are too helpless, too frail. Also, I am a little short-sighted and afraid of stepping on them.
Well, no matter. I'm glad I know now that you don't like them. I would never keep one myself, but ladies are usually fond of them. But also, I wanted to tell you that my men have begun work on the cottages.
Really? Oh, that is wonderful news.
You must come to Freshitt and take a look when you're able.
I would like that very much.
Despite the rejection of the Maltese puppy, Sir James thought it probable that Miss Brooke liked him. He was made of excellent human dough, and had the rare merit of knowing his talents would not set the smallest stream in the country on fire. And so he liked the prospect of a wife to whom he could say, "What shall we do about this or that?"
Celia,
Where have you been?
walking in the woods. I met Sir James and he tells me his men have begun work on the cottages.
Sir James seems determined to do everything you wish.
He is building the cottages because he knows it's the right thing to do, not to please me. If anything, he does it to please you.
Me?
Yes, because I will be his sister-in-law when you and he are married.
Dodo.
What?
You are getting notions again.
I'm not. I'm really not.
When Tantripp was brushing my hair the other day, she said that Sir James's man knew from Mrs. Cadwallader's maid that Sir James was to marry the elder Miss Brooke.
How can you let Tantripp talk that way?
Because it's much better to find out what people are saying than to go getting notions that are all wrong. I'm quite sure that Sir James means to make you an offer, and he thinks that you're going to accept him.
How could he think that when I've never agreed with him about anything except the cottages?
He's begun to feel quite sure you are fond of him.
Fond of him?
Yes.
How can you choose such an odious expression?
Dear me, Dorothea, I suppose it would be right for you to be fond of a man you plan to marry.
But it's not the right word for the feeling. I would hope to feel something deeper than fondness.
Well, I thought it right to tell you because you always see what nobody else sees. Yet you never see what is quite plain.
What shall I say to Sir James now?
About what?
About the cottages. How can I begin to explain why I can have nothing to do with them?
In fact, Dorothea was saved from having to explain anything to Sir James by another turn of events.
Ah, you're here. You're both here.
Hello, Uncle.
Hello, Uncle.
Yes. I have been at Lowick. I lunched there. He is a little buried in his books, you know. Casaubon is.
When a man has great studies and is writing a great work, he must of course give up seeing much of the world.
Oh, true. Yeah, you are right, of course.
But how do you know he is writing a great work?
One only has to listen to him talk to know.
I suppose listening to him talk is better than listening to him eat his soup.
Celia?
I think I shall go and dress for dinner. Excuse me, Uncle. Dorothea.
Some men mope. They mope.
Sorry?
I have always been a bachelor, but I never moped. Mr. Casaubon wants a companion. A companion, you know.
I think it would be a great honour to anyone to be his companion.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I've known Casaubon 10 years, ever since he came to Lowick, and I never got anything out of him. Any ideas, you know? He is a tip-top man, and may one day be bishop. And he has a very high opinion of you, my dear.
Does he?
I told him I thought there was not much chance. I said, my niece is very young, you know. However, he has asked my permission to make you an offer of marriage.
Oh, if he makes me an offer, I shall accept him.
Well, he is a good match in some respects, of course. His income is good. He has a handsome property independent of the church. But he isn't young. And I must confess, my dear, I think his health is not too strong.
I should not wish to have a husband very near my own age. I should wish to have a husband who was above me in judgment and all knowledge.
Well, yes. Mm-hmm. I can see that Casaubon's ways might suit you better than Sir James Chettam's, for example.
Indeed.
A day later, a letter arrived for Dorothea.
My dear Miss Brooke, I have your uncle's permission to address you on a subject very dear to my heart. From the first hour of meeting you, I had the impression of your eminent and perhaps exclusive fitness to meet my needs. Our conversations have, I think, made clear to you the kind of life I lead, a life unsuited, I am aware, to the commoner order of minds, but I have seen in you an elevation of thought and a capability of devotedness which I had previously never imagined could be compatible with the early bloom of youth. In you, I imagined that the grace of female companionship could irradiate the gloom created by the fatigue of many hours studying.
Dorothea trembled while she read. Then she fell on her knees and sobbed. How could it occur to her to examine the letter, to look at it critically as a profession of love? Her whole soul was possessed by the idea that a fuller life was opening before her.
My dear Mr. Casaubon, I am very grateful to you for your loving me and thinking me worthy to be your wife. I can look forward to no better happiness than that which will be one with yours. If I said more, it would only be the same thing written out at greater length, for I cannot now dwell on any other thought than that I may be, through life, yours devotedly, Dorothea Brooke.
Then she wrote it out again twice more, because she couldn't bear it if Mr. Casaubon thought she had bad handwriting.
Celia, Mr. Casaubon is coming to dine with us this evening.
Again?
Yes.
Is anyone else coming besides him?
Not that I know of.
Oh, I hope there is someone else. Then I won't have to hear him eating his soup, unless we aren't having soup. I hope we aren't.
What is so remarkable about the way he eats his soup?
Really, Dodo, can't you hear how he scrapes his spoon? And he always blinks before he speaks.
Please don't make any more observations like that.
Why not? They are quite true.
Many things are true which only the commonest minds observe.
Then I think the commonest minds must be rather useful. I think it is a pity Mr. Casaubon's mother had not a commoner mind. She might have taught him better.
Celia?
Celia was suddenly frightened now she had hurled this light javelin.
Yes?
Mr. Casaubon and I are engaged to be married.
Oh, Dodo.
Yes.
Is it quite decided, then?
Yes.
And Uncle knows?
Yes.
Oh, Dodo, I hope you will be happy. I beg your pardon if I have said anything to hurt you.
But Dorothea was clearly agitated, and Celia felt a sort of shame. There was something both ludicrous and funereal about the whole affair. After dinner, which thankfully did not involve soup, Dorothea and Mr. Casaubon shared an hour's tête-à-tête.
My dear young lady, Miss Brooke, Dorothea, this is happiness greater than I had ever imagined.
It gives me such joy to think how I might best share and further all your endeavours.
I've been little inclined to gather flowers that would wither in my hand, but now I shall pluck them with eagerness in order to give them to you.
His sentiments were as sincere as the bark of a dog or the cawing of an amorous rook.
I'm afraid I'm very ignorant, though. You will quite wonder at my ignorance. I have so many thoughts that may be quite mistaken. And now I shall be able to tell them all to you and ask you about them. But I will not trouble you too much, only when you are inclined to listen to me. You must often be weary with the pursuit of your studies.
Before he left the Grange, it was decided that the marriage should take place within 6 weeks. News of their engagement soon reached Sir James at neighbouring Freshitt.
I have a great shock for you.
What is it?
Well, I hope you're not so far gone in love as you pretended to be.
Mrs. Cadwallader was the rector's wife.
I do believe Brooke is going to stand for Middlemarch, on the Liberal side.
Is that all?
Would you be happy for him to turn a public man that way and make a sort of political cheapjack of himself?
Well, he might be dissuaded, and besides, I don't believe he would like the expense.
No, well, that's true. Miserliness is a fine thing to run in families. It's the safe side for madness to fall on. But there must be a little crack in the Brooke family, or we would not see what we're about to see.
You mean Brooke standing for Middlemarch?
Oh, even worse than that.
Mrs. Cadwallader, please.
Miss Brooke is engaged to be married to Casaubon.
Good God.
Yes.
It is horrible. He's no better than a mummy.
Apparently she says he has a great soul.
Brooke should not allow it. He should insist on it being put off until she is of age.
Oh, but could you ever squeeze a resolution out of Brooke?
Look at his legs.
Brooke's legs?
Casaubon's.
Oh.
They're like spindles.
Despite Mr. Casaubon's legs, Mr. Brooke did nothing to break up the engagement, and on a grey November morning, Dorothea drove with her uncle and her sister to Lowick Manor. The house was built of greenish stone, not ugly, but melancholy looking, with an air of autumnal decline. Dorothea, however, felt that it was all that she could wish.
Now, my dear, you must choose which room you would like to have as your very own.
It is very kind of you, Edward, but I assure you I would rather have all those matters decided for me.
At this moment, they were standing in a blue-green room with a bow window, which was quite the nicest room they had seen so far.
Oh, Dodo. Will you not have this room?
Yes, this would be a pretty room with some new hangings and sofas and that sort of thing.
Oh, no, I don't want anything altered. There are so many other things in the world that want altering. I like to take things as they are. Perhaps this was Mr. Casaubon's mother's room when she was young.
Yeah, indeed it was.
His smile, when he looked at Dorothea, was like pale wintry sunshine.
And this is your mother?
No, that is a portrait of my aunt, my mother's elder sister.
She's very pretty.
You've never mentioned her.
My aunt made an unfortunate marriage. I didn't know her.
Mr. Casaubon's aunt had dark, curly hair, deep grey eyes, and a delicate, irregular nose with a sort of ripple in it.
Shall we take a walk in the garden?
These are very fine grounds, Mr. Casaubon. Very fine grounds indeed.
But Dodo, won't you think about making the blue-green room a little more your own?
I would rather think about how to make myself more useful.
You're already learning to read the characters.
But couldn't I learn to read Latin and Greek? Then I could read aloud to you as Milton's daughters read to their father.
Oh, I fear it would be wearisome.
No doubt, no doubt.
And if I remember rightly, those two young women rebelled against their father in protest.
You see, Dorothea, such deep studies, classics, mathematics, that kind of thing, too taxing for a woman.
Oh, I can assure you, Mr. Brooke, that Dorothea is learning to read the characters very simply. She had the very considerate idea of saving my eyes.
Ah, well, without understanding, you know, that might not be so bad. But there is a lightness about the feminine mind. Music, the fine arts, that kind of thing. They should study up to a certain point, but in a light way, you know?
Who is that?
Sorry?
The man over there who is drawing.
Oh, that's a young relative of mine, a second cousin, the grandson, in fact, of the lady whose portrait you saw.
Oh, will you introduce us?
Dorothea, this is my cousin, Mr. Ladislaw. Will, this is Miss Brooke, and Mr. Brooke, her uncle, and Miss Celia, her sister.
Good morning.
Hello there.
Good morning.
Will Ladislaw had the same dark curls as his grandmother, the same grey eyes, the same ripple in his nose. But unlike his grandmother's portrait, he did not smile. In fact, he wore rather a pouting air of discontent.
You are an artist, I see.
No, I only sketch a little.
I did a little of this myself at one time. What do you think of this, eh, Dorothea?
I'm no judge of these things. They're a language that I don't understand. I suppose there is some relation between pictures and nature, which I'm too ignorant to feel.
But you had a bad style of teaching. This is just the thing for girls. Sketching, art, and so on. But instead, you took to drawing plans for cottages. Mr. Ladislaw, you must come to my house and see what I did in this way of drawing.
Mr. Ladislaw had already made up his mind that Miss Brooke must be an unpleasant kind of girl if she was going to marry Casaubon. He took her words about pictures as a covert judgment, and was certain that she thought his sketch detestable.
Well, shall we walk on?
Certainly.
I'm glad to have met you, Mr. Ladislaw.
Mr. Ladislaw only nodded.
Would you like to see the rose garden, Dorothea?
Oh, yes, very much.
What is your nephew going to do with himself?
My cousin, you mean, not my nephew.
Oh, yes, his cousin. But in the way of a career, you know?
I'm afraid the answer to that question pains me.
Oh, why?
On leaving rugby, he decided not to attend an English university. Instead, he chose to study at Heidelberg, and now he wants to return to Germany with the vague purpose of what he calls culture. Preparation for he knows not what.
He has no means but what you provide, I suppose.
Indeed, no. I promised to provide what was necessary for a scholarly education and to launch him respectably. Therefore, I am bound to fulfill that promise.
Has the young man a profession in mind?
He declines either medicine or law.
Perhaps because he honestly thinks they wouldn't suit him. After all, law and medicine are very serious professions to undertake.
Indeed.
Well, that's true, of course, but I fear my young relative dislikes any steady application.
Ah.
I have pointed to my own volumes of manuscripts, which represent the toil of many years, for a work not yet complete, but in vain. He calls himself Pegasus and says that every form of prescribed work would be a harness. Why is that amusing?
Oh, sorry. I don't know.
Shall you let Mr. Ladislaw go to Germany, then?
Yes, I have agreed to furnish him with moderate supplies for a year.
That's very kind of you. After all, people may really have in them some vocation which is not yet plain to themselves. May they not?
As the marriage grew nearer, Mr. Casaubon did not find his spirits rising. The poor man had imagined that his long, studious bachelorhood had stored up for him a compound interest of enjoyment. But though he had won a lovely, noble-hearted girl, he had not won delight. But he did not truly understand why. He wondered if the cause was some deficiency in Dorothea.
Will you think about taking a companion with you?
On our wedding journey?
Yes, at least while we're in Rome.
But why?
Well, I shall need to make the most of my time at the Vatican, and I should feel more at liberty if you had company.
But, Edward, I would never, ever prevent you from using your time in the way you wish. Please, don't be anxious about me. I shall have so much to think of when I am alone, and Tantrip will be a sufficient companion.
Dorothea was ashamed of feeling irritated from some cause she could not define even to herself.
Surely I am in a strangely selfish state of mind. How can I have a husband who is so much above me without knowing that he needs me less than I need him?
Having convinced herself that Mr. Casaubon was altogether right, Dorothea was serene in her silver-grey dress when she came into the drawing-room. This evening's dinner party was large and rather more miscellaneous than usual. Included in the party were Mr. and Mrs. Cadwallader and the lawyer Mr. Standish, who had the complexion of an Easter egg. The manufacturer and newly elected mayor of Middlemarch, Mr. Vincy, was also present, as was his brother-in-law, Mr. Bulstrode, the philanthropic banker and famous Puritan. Dr. Tertius Lydgate, Middlemarch's new physician, was expected but had not yet arrived.
Mr. Brooke!
Yes, Mrs. Cadwallader.
I am quite pleased with your Dr. Lydgate.
He is not my Dr. Lydgate.
Oh.
No, he is Mr. Bulstrode's Dr. Lydgate.
Oh.
No, I knew an uncle of his, that is all. But he is well-connected. Oh, well-connected, you know. His family are the Lydgates of Northumberland.
Oh.
I think he is likely to be a first-rate medic. He has new ideas, wants to raise the profession.
What new ideas?
About fevers, Mr. Standish. He is very interested in fevers, I believe, and diet And ventilation.
Ventilation?
Busy about all sorts.
Hang it. Do you think that is quite sound?
I believe medical knowledge is at a low ebb amongst us.
Oh, I agree, Mr. Bulstrode.
And I, for my part, am delighted with the arrival of Dr. Lydgate.
Well, you would say that, wouldn't you?
All the same, Mr. Standish, I would agree with Mr. Brooke that he is a first-rate physician.
Well, I do not mind him experimenting on Mr. Bulstrode's hospital patients and killing a few people for charity. But I'm not going to hand over my own money to have him experiment on me.
Now Mr. Vincy, Mayor of Middlemarch, felt obliged to chip in.
Well, I, for one, should be glad of any treatment that would cure me, without reducing me to a skeleton like poor old Featherstone.
Oh, yes, poor Mr. Featherstone.
It's an uncommonly dangerous thing to be left without any padding against the shafts of disease.
Too true, Mr. Vincy, too true.
Dr. Lydgate arrived just before dinner was served.
Mr. Lydgate,
Miss Brooke.
welcome to Middlemarch.
Why, thank you.
I hear you have plans for the new hospital.
Oh, indeed I do. I studied in Paris and was witness to great things. There is some pioneering work taking place, and I hope very much to be part of it.
What kind of work?
Have you heard of a man called Marie-Françoise Bichat?
No, sorry.
He believed in studying the body as all one, rather than regarding the body as a set of unrelated organs. His study shows new connections of structure that were previously hidden. Connections which must be taken into account when considering symptoms and, of course, the effect of certain medicines.
I see.
And it is my dearest hope that one day the new hospital might become the nucleus of a medical school.
A medical school in Middlemarch?
Why not?
Why not indeed?
Lydgate had gone to Paris with the determination that when he came home again, he would settle in some provincial town as a general practitioner. He wanted to avoid London intrigues and jealousies and be free to begin his own reforms. Later, at the dinner table, the talk turned to politics.
Mr. Brooke.
Oh, Mrs. Cadwallader.
I heard a rumour you are to stand for Middlemarch.
Is that right?
Is this true? What? No.
On the Whig side.
What? No, Mrs. Cadwallader, no.
You are a suspicious character, since you took Peel's side about the Catholic bill.
No, nonsense. If I was ever to stand for Parliament, I would be an independent candidate. No, that is right, that's right. I would be independent.
Are you really thinking of it, Uncle?
Well, it's not. It's something. I haven't made any firm decisions.
Well, do not let them lure you to the hustings, my dear Mr. Brooke. You'll end up by expressing no strong opinions and be pelted by everyone.
Not long after this evening, Miss Brooke became Mrs. Casaubon and was on her way to Rome. And Dr. Lydgate? Dr. Lydgate would soon meet a young woman very close to his ideal. Her name was Rosamond Vincy, and she was considered quite the prettiest girl in Middlemarch. Daughter of the Middlemarch mayor, she lived with her parents in a smart townhouse in the best part of town.
Mamma, when Fred comes down, please do not let him have red herrings. I cannot bear the smell of them all over the house at this hour of the morning.
Oh, my dear, you must allow for young men. A woman must learn to put up with things. And you'll be married some day.
Not to anyone who is like Fred.
Well, my dear, you will not find any Middlemarch young man who has not something against them.
Ah, but I shall not marry a Middlemarch young man.
So it seems, my love, for you have as good as refused the pick of them.
Mamma, I wish you would not say the pick of them.
Why?
Because it is rather a vulgar expression.
What should I say, then?
Well, the best of them.
Well, that sounds just as plain and common to me, but with your education you must know.
Pritchard!
Don't yell so, Fred.
Morning, Mother. Morning, Rosie.
Morning, dear.
Are you called for me, sir?
Pritchard,
Yes, sir.
have you got nothing else for my breakfast but cold toast?
What do you expect when you come down so late?
Should you like eggs, sir?
Eggs? No. Bring me a grilled bone.
Right away, sir.
Really, Fred, if you must have hot things for breakfast, I wish you would come down earlier. What would you think of me if I came down 2 hours after everyone else and ordered grilled bone?
I would think you're an uncommonly fast young lady.
I cannot see why brothers are to make themselves any more disagreeable than sisters.
I don't make myself disagreeable. It's you who find me so.
Bless you both, my dears. Don't quarrel. Now, Fred, why were you home so late last night?
Oh, we dined at Plymdale's. We had whist. Dr. Lydgate was there too.
Oh, and what do you think of him? They say he is of an excellent family.
There was a Lydgate at St. John's who spent no end of money. Turns out Lydgate is his second cousin. But rich men may have very poor devils for second cousins.
It always makes a difference, though, to be of good family.
Rosamond felt that she might have been happier if she had not been the daughter of a Middlemarch manufacturer. And she disliked anything which reminded her that her mother's father had been an innkeeper.
Tell us exactly what sort of a man he is.
Tall, dark, clever, talks well.
I suppose Mary Garth admires Dr. Lydgate.
Mary Garth?
I hear Dr. Lydgate is attending Peter Featherstone almost daily.
If you are so jealous of Mary, then go oftener to Stonecourt yourself and eclipse her.
As if Rosamond would be jealous of a plain girl like Mary Garth.
I wish you would not be so vulgar, Fred.
And I wish, Rosamond, that you would go more often to Stonecourt to see your Uncle Featherstone. There's no knowing what he might have done for you as well as Fred. And now he will do it for Mary Garth instead.
As things stood, it was not clear what the sickly Peter Featherstone would do for Fred Vincy, Mary Garth, or anyone else. But he enjoyed the power that this question gave him over all of his relations, Fred included.
So, sir.
Uncle.
I've heard a rumour about you.
A rumour, sir?
Look at you. Your face is a picture of innocence.
I can't think what the rumour could be, sir.
Well, I'll tell you. I hear that you've been paying 10% for money which you've promised to pay off by mortgaging my land when I'm dead and gone. What do you say to that?
It isn't true.
Ah, so you put my life at 12 months, eh?
No, indeed no, and I have certainly never borrowed money on such an idea.
I can alter my will, you know, boy.
The story is a silly lie.
It comes from authority.
Name the authority and then I can disprove him.
It's that fine, religious, charitable Puritan of an uncle you've got.
Mr. Bulstrode.
Who else?
Well, then the story has grown into this lie out of some sermonising words he may have said about me.
I tell you what.
What?
You bring me a letter from Bulstrode saying that he doesn't believe you've ever promised to pay your debts out of my land, and then we'll forget all about it.
Is this a joke, sir?
It is not.
I could easily get Mr. Bulstrode to write that he knew nothing about this, unpleasant as it might be for me to ask. But I could hardly ask him to write down what he believes or doesn't believe about me.
So, what you're saying is you'd sooner offend me than offend Bulstrode, is that it?
No, sir.
But you can do without me, that's pretty clear.
I didn't say that.
You neither want a bit of land to make a squire of you instead of a starving parson, or the gift of £100.
I'm not ungrateful, sir. I never meant to show disregard for any kind intentions you might have towards me. On the contrary.
Very good. Then prove it. You bring me a letter from Bulstrode saying he doesn't believe you've been promising to pay your debts out of my land. And then, if there's any scrape you've got yourself into, we'll see what I can do about it.
But, sir...
Come now, that's a good bargain. Here, give me your arm. I'll try and walk.
Fred, in spite of his irritation, was kind enough to be sorry for the unloved, unvenerated old man. He looked more pitiable than usual as he walked so slowly around the room.
And tell me, by the by, what did Mary Garth want with more books?
They amuse her, sir. She is very fond of reading.
A little too fond in my eyes. Don't bring her any more books, do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Fred had received this order before and had secretly disobeyed it. He intended to disobey it again.
Ring the bell. I want Missy to come up.
That evening, Fred Vincy saw he had no choice but to ask his father to speak with Bulstrode. And the next day, Mr. Vincy called at the bank.
I've come to see Mr. Bulstrode.
He's with Dr. Lydgate at the moment.
And how long will they be?
It's not easy to say, sir, but he's been in there half an hour.
So it's likely that they'll be finished sooner rather than later?
Most likely, sir.
I'll sit and wait then.
Very good, Mr. Vincy.
At this moment, on the other side of the door, Bulstrode was talking to Lydgate.
The other matter I wanted to discuss is the appointment of a chaplain to both the new and the old hospital.
Oh, I thought the infirmary already had Farebrother.
Farebrother does that work voluntarily. But now there will be 2 hospitals, there will be twice the work, and the medical board has decided the post should be salaried.
Well, if Farebrother is already halfway there and has been working for nothing, then surely the post should go to him.
Are you acquainted with Mr. Farebrother?
I've met him, yes. He seems a very bright, pleasant fellow.
Well, there are people on the medical board who would like to see the job go to Mr. Farebrother. But I would prefer Mr. Tyke. Do you know Mr. Tyke?
No, I don't.
You will be asked to vote on the matter, Dr. Lydgate, and I would like to petition for your vote.
For Mr. Tyke?
Indeed.
In truth, I would prefer to have nothing to do with the matter. I am interested only in medical matters.
But my responsibility, Mr. Lydgate, is of a broader kind. I will confess now that I am equally concerned with the patient's spiritual welfare as I am with their physical well-being.
Well, there we certainly differ.
Are you aware, Mr. Lydgate, of the billiard room at the Green Dragon?
Yes.
The vicar is apparently a first-rate billiard player.
I see.
There are reports that he has been seen there in the daytime and has won money.
I'm surprised by that.
Do you think this is appropriate conduct for a clergyman?
No, of course not.
What kind of example does Farebrother set for Middlemarch youth and their anxious mothers? That is the problem with Farebrother.
To point out other people's errors was a duty that Mr. Bulstrode rarely shrank from.
Sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Vincy?
Forgive me for intruding, Dr. Lydgate. I was hoping to speak with my brother-in-law before lunch is over. Perhaps I should return another time.
No, not at all. I should be leaving.
Think on it, Mr. Lydgate.
Yes, all right, I will.
Well, Vincy, I trust you won't object if I eat my lunch at my desk.
No.
Mr. Bulstrode's lunch was sparse. He believed in eating very little.
I can't persuade you to adopt my regime, Vincy.
No chance. Believe in carrying a little padding myself.
So, what is it?
Came to talk to you about Fred.
Oh?
Fact is, someone has been cooking up a story about him, out of spite.
And what is this story?
That you have told people he has been borrowing or trying to borrow money on the prospect of Featherstone's land.
Oh.
The old fellow insists that Fred brings him a note saying that you don't believe a word of this story and that you never said any such thing.
But I am by no means sure that your son hasn't tried to raise money in this way.
But Fred gives me his word and he's not a liar.
And I'm not at all sure I shall be smoothing his way to becoming owner of Stone Court. I cannot regard wealth as a blessing to those who use it simply as a harvest for this world, and I do not shrink from saying that it will not tend to your son's eternal welfare, or to the glory of God.
So you refuse to write the letter?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
It's this sort of thing, wanting to play banker and bishop at the same time. Gives the man a bad name. And it's not as if Fred is asking you for money. He's simply asking for a letter.
You must remember that I stretch my tolerance towards you as my wife's brother. That it little becomes you to complain of my withholding material help when it is not your own prudence or judgment which has allowed you to keep your place in the trade.
That may be true, but you've been no loser by my trade yet. And if you want us to come down in the world, say so. I shall know better what to do then.
Vincy, if you insist on quarrelling with me, it will be exceedingly painful to Harriet as well as myself.
I don't want to quarrel with you. It's in my interest, and perhaps yours as well, that we should be friends. I bear you no grudge. If I know Harriet, she'll consider it your fault if we quarrel because you refuse to do Fred a good turn. And I do not mean to bear it well. I consider it unhandsome.
This was not the first time that Mr. Bulstrode had begun by admonishing Mr. Vincy and ended by seeing a very unsatisfactory reflection of himself in the coarse, unflattering mirror which that manufacturer's mind presented.
I will reflect a little, Vincy. I will mention the matter to Harriet. I shall probably send you a letter.
Very well. As soon as you can.
That evening, Dr. Lydgate was invited to dine at the Vincys.
How will you vote, Lydgate?
I wish I didn't have to vote at all.
Everyone expects you to vote with Bulstrode.
Well, they ought not to assume.
For my money, the job should go to Farebrother.
Why's that?
His sermons are excellent and Tykes are hideous. It's no laughing matter. We have to sit through them.
What are you laughing about?
Nothing, my dearest Rosamond, nothing that concerns you. Now, will you sing and play for us all?
Oh, are you a musician, Miss Vincy?
Yes, after a fashion.
Please, say you'll play, Miss Vincy.
If you insist upon it, Dr. Lydgate.
Excellent.
I shall tremble before you, who have heard the best singers in Paris. I have heard very little. I have only once been to London.
Oh, tell me what you saw in London.
Oh, very little.
A more naive girl would have said, "Oh, everything." But Rosamond knew better.
Ah, there is Fred. I must go and hinder him from jarring all our nerves.
Every nerve and muscle in Rosamond was adjusted to the fact that she was being looked at. She was an actress by nature. She even acted her own character, and so well that she didn't know it to be precisely her own.
Fred, stop.
What's wrong?
Defer your practising till tomorrow. You will make Dr. Lydgate ill.
Well then, Rosie, play some good rousing tunes for us.
All right, if you promise not to join in.
A hidden soul seemed to be flowing forth from Rosamond's fingers, and Lydgate began to believe in her as something exceptional.
She is grace itself. She is perfectly lovely and accomplished. That is what a woman ought to be. She ought to produce the effect of exquisite music.
Lydgate regarded plain women as he did other severe facts of life, to be faced with philosophy and investigated by science. Whereas Rosamond Vincy seemed to have true melodic charm. But Lydgate did not intend to marry for some years, and he had come to Middlemarch bent on doing many things that were not likely to make his fortune or even necessarily secure him a good income. The next evening, Lydgate went to visit the Reverend Camden Farebrother, who lived in an old parsonage built of stone, with his mother, Mrs. Farebrother, his aunt, Miss Henrietta Noble, and his elder sister, Miss Winifred. Although this evening only Mrs. Farebrother was at home.
I am proud to say that my son will compare with any preacher in this kingdom. Not to speak of this town, which is but a low standard to go by, at least to my thinking, for I was born and bred at Exeter.
Oh. And, of course, a mother is never partial. What do you think Mr. Tyke's mother says about him?
And what is the truth? I'm curious to know.
About Mr. Tyke?
Oh, he is a poor creature.
How so?
He is a zealous fellow, not very learned and not very wise, I think, because I don't agree with him.
Oh, why, Camden? Griffin and his wife told me only today that Mr. Tyke said they should have no more coals if they came to hear you preach.
Yeah, that is because they are not my parishioners.
Oh.
I don't think my sermons are worth a load of coals, do they?
Mr. Lydgate, you don't know my son. He undervalues himself. I tell him he is undervaluing the God who made him, and made him a most excellent preacher.
Well, that must be a hint for me to take Mr. Lydgate away to my study, Mother.
Oh, not at all. Why should you always be in such a rush to take visitors off to your den?
I promised to show Mr. Lydgate my collection.
Oh, of pickled vermin, and cabinets full of blue bottles and moths.
Yes, Mother.
It was plain to Lydgate that a vicar might be adored by his mother, and yet still be openly directed. Lydgate, with the shallowness of a young bachelor, wondered that Mr. Farebrother had not taught her better.
I believe I've made a fairly exhaustive study of the entomology of this district.
I'm afraid I've never had much time for natural history. I fell in love with medicine so early.
Ah, you're a lucky fellow. You don't know what it is to yearn for something other than your vacation.
That's true.
But suppose I ask you to look through my cabinets and agree with me about all my new species. That would be a good discipline, you know, for a young doctor has to please his patients. You must learn to be bored, remember?
Don't you think men overrate the necessity for humouring everybody's nonsense, till they get despised by the very fools they humour?
Well, perhaps.
The shortest way is to make your value felt so that people must put up with you, whether you flatter them or not.
Yeah, but then you must be very sure of having the value. And you must keep yourself independent. Very few men can do that.
Do you refer to family ties?
Not necessarily. A good wife may really help a man and keep him more independent. There's a parishioner of mine, a fine fellow, but he would hardly have pulled through without his wife. Do you know Caleb Garth?
No, although I have met a Miss Garth at Old Featherstone's.
His daughter. An excellent girl.
She's very quiet. I hardly noticed her.
We Middlemarchers are not so tame as you take us to be, you know. We have our intrigues and our parties. I am a Whig, for example, and Bulstrode is a Tory. If you vote for me, you will offend Bulstrode.
What is there against Bulstrode?
I didn't say there was anything against him, except that if you don't vote with him, you'll make him your enemy.
But he seems to have good ideas about hospitals, and he spends large sums on philanthropic causes.
You'll not offend me, you know, if you don't vote for me. I don't translate my own convenience into other people's duties. I'm opposed to Bulstrode in many ways. I don't like the set he belongs to. They do more to make their neighbours uncomfortable than to make them better. But I'm not saying that Bulstrode's hospital is a bad thing. And if he wants to oust me from the old one, well, I'm not a model clergyman.
Lydgate did not entirely disagree with Farebrother on this point. He believed that a model clergyman, like a model doctor, ought to think his own profession the finest in the world.
Do you know what reason Bulstrode gives for removing you?
That I don't teach his opinions and that I have no time to spare. Both statements are true, but then I could make time, and I should be glad of the £40. That's the plain fact of the case. But let us dismiss it. I only wanted to tell you that if you vote with Bulstrode, you're not to cut me in consequence. I can't spare you.
Here, then, was the dilemma. Lydgate was impressed that Mr. Farebrother had tried to warn him off rather than win his vote. Then his preaching was ingenious and his sermons delivered without book. Yet it was still a shock to him that Mr. Farebrother should play for the sake of money. But Lydgate, of course, had never felt poor, and he couldn't imagine the part which need of money plays in determining the actions of men. Only a week later the medical board met to make a decision. Dr. Hawley, the most outspoken man present, said,
I suppose we all know who we mean to vote for. Therefore, I propose that the matter be put to the vote at once. Agreed?
Each person wrote Tyke or Farebrother on a piece of paper and placed it in a glass tumbler. In the meantime, Lydgate slipped into the room.
I see that the votes are equally divided at present. There is a casting vote still to be given. It is yours, Dr. Lydgate. Will you be good enough to write it down?
Yes, indeed.
The thing is already settled. We all know how Dr. Lydgate will vote.
You seem to speak with some peculiar meaning, Dr. Hawley.
I merely mean that you are expected to vote with Mr. Bulstrode. Do you find that meaning offensive?
Yes. But I shall not desist from voting with him on that account.
On his slip of paper, Lydgate wrote the word Tyke. In January 1830, George IV was still king. The Duke of Wellington was Prime Minister. The Catholic question had been resolved, but the reform laws were yet to pass, and Mrs. Casaubon was visiting the Vatican Museum in Rome.
Psst. Come here, quick. What is it? Psst. Come.
The German was called Adolf Naumann. The Englishman was called Will Ladislaw, and they were looking at a figure standing near the reclining Cleopatra, a living, breathing girl in Quakerish grey. Her large eyes fixed dreamily on a streak of sunlight which fell across the floor.
You see her pose. See it. I see it. It's perfect, is it not? I
think she looks almost like a nun. However, she is married. I saw her wedding ring. Otherwise, I'd have thought that wrinkled old man was her father. Perhaps he's rich and would like to have her portrait taken. Let's follow her home.
No, we cannot do that.
Why?
She is married to my cousin.
What? That dried-up old man is your cousin?
Yes. I didn't know they were coming to Rome.
But you will go to see them now, and then I can paint her as a nun or as Santa Clara. Yes, Santa Clara.
Confound you now. No, I'm not so brazen as you.
She's leaving. She is leaving. We must follow her.
We are not following her.
If they had followed Mrs. Casaubon all the way back to the handsome apartment in the Via Sistina, where she and her husband were staying, and if they had magically been able to see through its walls, they would have witnessed her sobbing bitterly and with abandon. For herself, for her hopes, for her marriage.
In Middlemarch by George Eliot, Dorothea was played by Olivia Vinall, Edward Casaubon by Charles Edwards, Dr. Lydgate, John Heffernan, Will Ladislaw, Joseph Quinn, Mr. Brooke, Neil McCaul, Sir James Chettam, Hugh Skinner, and the Reverend Farebrother, Miles Jupp. Mr. Bulstrode was played by Adrian Scarborough, Celia by Lucy Reynolds, Peter Featherstone, Clive Hayward, Fred Vincy, Will Kirk, Rosamond Vincy, Laura Christy, Mr. Vincy, Rick Warden, Mrs. Cadwallader, Jessica Turner, Adolph Naumann, Adam Courting, Dr. Hawley, Greg Jones, and the servant, Sinead McInnes. The narrator, George Eliot, was Juliet Aubrey. Middlemarch was adapted by Katie Hims and directed by Tracy Neal.
The newly wedded Mr. and Mrs. Casaubon had been in Rome for exactly 5 weeks, and while Mr. Casaubon had not found marriage a rapturous state, he had no idea of being anything other than an irreproachable husband.
I trust that this time has not passed unpleasantly to you.
Indeed, no.
Should you like to go to Farnesina before we leave?
If you think it worthwhile.
It contains celebrated frescoes designed or painted by Raphael, which most persons think worthwhile to visit.
But do you care about them?
Some of them represent that fable of Cupid and Psyche, which is probably the romantic invention of a literary period and cannot, I think, be reckoned as a genuine mythical product. But you will then, I think, have seen the chief works of Raphael.
Mr. Casaubon's way of talking about the impressive objects around them had begun to affect Dorothea with a sort of mental shiver. And the large vistas and bracing fresh air she had dreamed of finding in her husband's mind were being replaced by tiny rooms and winding corridors that led nowhere.
I hope you are thoroughly satisfied with our stay. I mean, so far as your studies are concerned.
Oh, yes. Yes, certainly. I'm satisfied. But I'm sorry for you that I've been led so much further than I had foreseen.
Oh, no, you don't need to be sorry on my account.
Perhaps it would have been better to return to England before Christmas, but alas, there were so many notes I needed to make.
But when we do return...
Yes?
All the notes you've made, will you now do what you spoke of before?
My love, you may rely upon me for knowing when to begin the next stage.
Oh, yes, I know.
My work is not to be measured by ignorant onlookers.
No, no, of course not.
By the impatient scorn of chatterers who themselves attempt only the smallest achievements.
I only wanted to say that if I can help in any way, I will write to your dictation, or I will copy and extract what you tell me.
I think I must go to the library now. I've been idle long enough this morning.
To Dorothea, this cold exchange was a catastrophe. She had to fight to save her tears until she was alone in their apartment in the Via Sistina.
Oh, Tantrip, come in.
Are you all right, madam?
Yes. Yes, what is it?
There's a gentleman here, a Mr. Ladislaw.
Mr. Ladislaw is in Rome?
Yes, madam. He says he's a relation of Mr. Casaubon.
Yes, that's right.
He asks if you will see him, but I can send him away if you're not well.
No, please don't send him away. I shall be out in a moment.
There was still some clue on Dorothea's face that she had been crying, and it did not go unnoticed.
Mrs. Casaubon?
Mr. Ladislaw.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all. I'm delighted to see you.
I wasn't aware that you and Mr. Casaubon were in Rome.
Nor are you.
Then I saw you this morning.
You saw me this morning?
At the Vatican Museum.
Oh.
But I didn't get the chance to speak with you.
No, I didn't see you. But I'm very glad to see you now. Please, sit down.
Thank you.
Mr. Casaubon is much engaged, but if you leave your address, I'm sure he will write to you.
My address is on my card.
Thank you.
But if you will allow me, I will call again at an hour when Mr. Casaubon is likely to be here.
He goes to read in the library of the Vatican every day, and you can hardly see him except by appointment. He is usually away from breakfast till dinner. But I'm sure he'd like you to dine with us.
Will Ladislaw felt this terrible urge to laugh. At the idea of this dried-up pedant, this elaborator of small, meaningless explanations, marrying this adorable young creature and then spending all his time away from her, groping after mouldy futilities.
Does something amuse you?
Yes. Yes, I am thinking of what a miserable figure I cut when we first met.
Not at all.
You annihilated my poor sketch with your criticism.
Oh, what did I say?
That the relation of my sketch to nature was quite hidden from you.
Did I really say that?
Yes.
Oh, but that's terrible. Oh, I'm glad you were laughing. But really, that was only my ignorance. I have gone about Rome with just the same lack of knowledge.
I doubt that.
So, do you plan to be a painter?
No, I have no genius for art. And besides, if things don't come easily to me, I never stay with them.
I have heard my husband say that he regrets your want of patience.
Yes, I know Mr. Casaubon's opinion. He and I differ.
Certainly you differ. I did not think of comparing you. Such power of persevering, devoted labour as Mr. Casaubon's is not common.
No, indeed, therefore it is a pity that he should be throwing his efforts away on something that has already been achieved.
Already been achieved?
The Germans have already taken the lead in historical inquiries of that nature.
Are you quite sure about the Germans being ahead of Mr. Casaubon?
I'm sorry, yes. Of course, it would matter less in a man whose talents were less distinguished.
If Mr. Casaubon had been a dragon who had carried Dorothea off to his lair, it would have been an unavoidable feat of heroism to rescue her. But he was something more unmanageable than a dragon, and he was at that moment entering the room.
Mr. Ladislaw.
Mr. Casaubon.
Isn't it strange that we're all here together in Rome?
I thought you were in Germany.
I travelled here with a friend of mine, a Mr. Naumann. He's an artist.
I wondered perhaps if Mr. Ladislaw might dine with us this evening.
Yes. Tomorrow would be better. I'm afraid I must excuse myself. I'm afraid my head is aching.
I shall leave you then.
But you'll dine with us tomorrow?
It would be my honour.
Once Will had safely left the apartment, Dorothea tried to make amends for their earlier dispute.
Forgive me for speaking so hastily to you this morning, Edward. I fear I hurt you and made the day more burdensome.
I'm glad you feel that, my dear.
But you do forgive me, don't you?
He who is not satisfied with repentance is not of heaven or earth. You're overexcited, my dear, and I too am feeling the unpleasant consequences of too much mental disturbance. I must rest.
Of course.
I will lie down for a short while before dinner.
He refrained here from telling her that she ought not to have received young Ladislaw in his absence. He had a sense that it would be ungracious after her apology. But there was another, subtler reason, too. A sort of jealousy and insecurity. But the next day at dinner, Will Ladislaw was delightfully agreeable.
I do believe that one ought not to leave Rome without seeing a studio or two. I myself would happily take you both, not to anything wearisome, only to a few examples.
Would you be interested in such a plan, Dorothea?
I most certainly would.
We could go tomorrow if that would suit you.
Before the following day was far advanced, Will Ladislaw led the way to the studio of his friend Mr. Adolf Naumann.
Welcome. My friend Ladislaw thinks you will pardon me, sir, if I say that a sketch of your head would be perfect for the St. Thomas Aquinas in my picture here. Is it too much to ask?
Well, you astonish me greatly, sir, but if I can be of any use to you in painting the angelical doctor, I shall feel honoured.
While Mr. Casaubon sat and Naumann sketched, Dorothea felt happier than she had felt for a long while. Everyone about her seemed good, and she said to herself that Rome, if she had only been less ignorant, would have been full of beauty, its sadness winged with hope.
Thank you, Mr. Casaubon, sir. I need to set this aside now, for a short while, then come back to it. But perhaps the gracious lady would not be unwilling to let me make a slight sketch of her.
Dorothea?
Oh,
You mustn't feel any obligation.
Oh, no, I'd be very happy, of course. Where shall I put myself?
Oh, please. It is as Santa Clara that I want you to stand, leaning so, with your cheek against your hand.
Like this?
Like this.
At this moment, Will was divided between the inclination to fall at Santa Clara's feet and the temptation to knock Naumann down while he was adjusting her arm. The sketch itself seemed to take rather a long while.
I fear that Mrs. Casaubon has become tired.
Oh, I'm all right, unless we need to...
Of course. Forgive me, Frau Casaubon. Now, sir, if you can oblige me once again, I will release the lady wife.
Will had not been invited to dine the next day, but he persuaded himself that he was bound to call to say goodbye.
Mr. Ladislaw.
Hello, Mrs. Casaubon.
Do you know anything about cameos?
Cameos?
Can you tell me if these are good or bad?
Well, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about cameos. But I think these items are exquisitely neat and the colour will suit you.
Oh, they're not for me.
Who are they for?
My sister, who has quite a different complexion.
So you don't care for cameos yourself?
No, frankly, I don't think them a great object in life.
I fear you are a heretic about art generally. And I should have expected you to be very sensitive to the beautiful everywhere.
Oh, I suppose I am dull about many things. I would prefer to make life beautiful. I mean, everybody's life. And then all this immense expense of art seems to make nothing better for the world. It spoils my enjoyment of anything when I am made to think that most people are shut out from it.
But you could say the same thing about landscapes or poetry or all refinement in culture. But why, if you carried it out to its natural conclusion, you ought to be miserable about your own goodness and turn evil so you'd have no advantage over others.
How can you say that? Seriously, how can you talk so?
I fear you have some false belief in the virtues of misery and want to make yourself a martyr.
Indeed, you mistake me. I'm not a sad, melancholy creature. I do believe in glorious things, in a blind sort of way.
And now you will go and be shut up in that stone prison at Lowick. You will be buried alive. It makes me savage to think of it.
You say this because you didn't like Lowick yourself, whereas Lowick is my chosen home.
Will did not know what to say, since it would not be useful for him to kiss her feet and tell her he would die for her.
I mean to go back to England shortly, to work. To find my own way from now on. to depend on no one else.
But Mr. Casaubon, I'm sure, has never thought anything about the matter, except that it was right to provide for you.
Well, he need not provide for me any longer.
I understand, and I respect you for it.
I don't think I shall see you again.
Oh, stay till Mr. Casaubon comes.
I wish I could do something for you. I wish I could just once be the slightest service to you.
There is something you could do.
What is it?
Promise me you will never speak to anyone on the subject of Mr. Casaubon's writings. I ought never to have spoken to you. It was my fault.
Certainly. I will promise you.
Will Ladislaw felt that if he never said another cutting word about Mr. Casaubon again, and refused all further assistance from him, then it would be permissible to hate him. While Mr. and Mrs. Casaubon were making their return journey from Rome to Middlemarch, Fred Vincy, son of the Middlemarch mayor, was making regular visits to Stone Court, home of his sickly uncle, Peter Featherstone. These hours were never wildly enjoyable, but this morning was particularly unpleasant.
Your uncle Bulstrode writes that he never did hear that his nephew Fred Vincy tried to borrow money on account of any possible inheritance he may or may not receive from his uncle Featherstone.
What's wrong? That's what you wanted, isn't it?
But do you suppose I believe a thing just because this Puritan and hypocrite writes it?
You wanted a letter, sir, and so I've brought you the letter.
And now what do you expect?
I expect nothing. If you like, I will bid you good morning.
Oh, not yet, not yet. You think I'm going to give you my fortune, eh?
Not at all, sir. You were good enough to speak of making me a present the other day. Otherwise, I would never have thought of it.
The deep-veined hands of Peter Featherstone fingered many banknotes, one after the other, laying them down flat again while Fred leant back in his chair, scorning to look eager.
There you are, then.
I am very much obliged to you, sir.
Aren't you going to count it?
No, sir.
You take money like a lord. I suppose you lose it like one, too.
I shall be very happy to count the money if you wish. 20, 40, 60.
But Fred was not so happy after he had done so. There were 5 20s, and Fred needed 8 20s to clear his debts.
What do you say to that?
It is very handsome of you, sir.
I should think it is. I should think it is handsome.
I assure you, sir, I am very grateful.
So you ought to be. You want to cut a figure in the world, and I reckon Peter Featherstone is the only one who's going to help you.
You are very good, sir.
Rather a better uncle than Bulstrode, eh? He's got a pretty strong string round your father's leg, from what I hear.
My father never tells me anything about his affairs, sir.
Well, he shows some sense there. But he'll never have much to leave you. He'll most likely die without a will. He's the sort of man to do it. Let them make him mayor of Middlemarch as much as they like.
When at last Fred was able to escape, he went looking for Mary Garth and found her sitting in her usual place by the fire, sewing in her hands, a book open on the little table beside her.
Am I wanted upstairs?
No, I've been dismissed because Simmons has gone up.
Oh.
May I stay a little while, Mary, or will I bore you?
No, sit down. You will not be as boring as Mr. Wall, and he sat down without asking my leave.
Poor fellow. I think he is in love with you.
I'm not aware of it. And to me it's one of the most odious things in a girl's life that there must always be talk of falling in love about any man who speaks to her. I should have thought I at least might have been safe from all that.
Oh, confound John Wall. I did not mean to make you angry with me.
I'm not angry with you. I'm angry with the ways of the world. I simply want to be spoken to as if I had a little common sense. I so often feel I can understand more than I ever hear from young men who've been to college.
It's a shame you have to stay here and be bullied by Featherstone.
Well, I've tried being a teacher and I'm not fit for that. My mind is too fond of wandering on its own way. And I honestly think that any hardship is better than pretending to do what you're paid for, but never really doing it.
Well, I couldn't do my duty as a clergyman any more than you could do yours as a governess. You ought to have some sympathy there.
I've never said you ought to be a clergyman. There are other sorts of work. It seems to me very miserable not to resolve on some course and act accordingly.
So I could if...
If you were sure you did not have a fortune.
I did not say that. You want to quarrel with me?
How can I want to quarrel with you when you bring me books? However you may be with others, you are good to me.
Because I like you better than anyone else. But I know you despise me.
Yes, I do. A little.
I suppose a woman is never in love with anyone she's known ever since she can remember, as a man often is. It is always some new fellow who strikes a girl.
Oh, let me see. There's Juliet. She seems like a good example of what you say. But then Ophelia must have known Hamlet a long while, mustn't she?
Mary, won't you say that you love me and promise to marry me? I mean, when I'm able to marry.
Fred, even if I did love you, I would not marry you.
But that's wicked, Mary. If you love me, you ought to promise to marry me.
On the contrary, I think it would be wicked to marry you.
You mean just as I am, without any means of maintaining a wife? Of course, but I'm only 23.
In that last point you will alter. But I'm not so convinced of any other change. My father says an idle man ought not to exist, much less be married.
So what am I to do then? Blow my brains out?
I would say it would be much better to pass your examinations and become a parson. I've heard Mr. Farebrother say it's disgracefully easy.
Now, anything is easy to him. Not that cleverness has anything to do with it. I am 10 times cleverer than many men who pass.
But that only shows you are 10 times more idle.
But you don't want me to go into the church anyway.
What I want you to do is not the question. Oh, I'm wanted now.
Mary.
I must go. He's worse if I'm slow.
Fred wondered miserably then, what would Mary Garth say if she knew? If she knew that the creditor to whom Fred owed £160 held as security a bill that was signed by Mary's very own father, Mr. Caleb Garth. Of course, it would have been best if Fred Vincy had taken Mr. Featherstone's £100 straight to his creditor. But Fred, in his terrible optimism, believed he might win the 60 more that he required by playing billiards at the Green Dragon. In this way, 20 of the £100 was lost. It was then that he resolved, not without a sense of heroism, to sell his horse.
Nah, I wouldn't give you £20 for him.
He is worth 30 at least.
I'll give you 20 or nothing.
I say his trot is an uncommonly clean one.
And I say that he's broken-winded.
I believe someone here today will want...
You believe what you like, Vincy, but you have 5 days left before your bill is due.
Mr. Bambridge was the horse dealer of the neighbourhood. He was also Fred Vincy's creditor.
5 days, Vincy.
I'm aware of it, sir.
Best of luck selling that horse.
And then Fred saw a very fine-looking dappled grey mare, and he suddenly brightened, because he happened to know that Lord Medlicott's man was on the lookout for just such a horse.
What's the horse's name?
Diamond.
Diamond?
And she is a diamond, sir.
She's a fine-looking animal.
I'd say she is.
Would you be interested in exchanging Diamond for my horse here, plus something more?
Fred was rapidly calculating. If the farmer would take the old horse plus 25, and if Fred could sell Diamond on to Lord Medlicott's man for 80, then Fred would have £135 to pay the bill.
I'll take the horse plus 35.
25.
30.
Done.
Sadly, things did not go to plan for Fred. 3 days later, Diamond gave the most vicious kick to the stable boy. Indeed, it almost killed him. And, in fact, lamed the horse when she caught her leg in a rope that overhung the stable board. There could be no bargain struck with Lord Medlicott's man, and Fred had lost everything but £50.
Fred?
Hello, Letty.
Mary isn't here.
Oh, I know.
She's at Stone Court. She's always at Stone Court.
It's your father I wanted to see.
Father isn't here yet, but Mother's in the kitchen. Come in, come in, come in.
Fred, Vincy, so early in the day?
I need to speak to Mr. Garth, and to you also.
Caleb will be in again in a few minutes.
Will you go and see Mary today?
Yes, I think so.
Tell her to come home and play forfeits.
Enough, Letty, enough. Run away. How are you, Fred?
Yes, I'm not in bad health. And you, Mrs. Garth?
I'm very well, and very pleased with myself. I've finally saved enough from my teaching for Alfred's apprenticeship. I have £92. So now he can go to Mr. Hammer's. He's just the right age. And Caleb thinks that Alfred will turn out a distinguished engineer.
Of course, this news only served to make Fred more anxious, since Mr. Garth was on the brink of losing £92 and more.
Oh, there's Caleb, here and coming in.
Ah, Fred, you're early, aren't you?
Yes, Mr. Garth.
Has something happened?
Yes, Mr. Garth, I've come to tell you something. Something I'm afraid that will give you a bad opinion of me. I've come to tell you and Mrs. Garth that I can't keep my word. I can't find the money to meet the bill after all. I've only got £50 towards the 160.
I see.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Garth. Mrs. Garth.
I didn't tell you, Susan. I put my name to a bill for Fred.
£160.
I'm afraid so.
There was an evident change in Mrs. Garth's face, but it was like a change below the surface of the water that somehow still remains smooth.
What can we do, Susan?
It's obvious what we must do. I'll have to give you the £92 I've put by for Alfred. And I've no doubt that Mary has £20 saved from her salary by this time.
I shall certainly pay it all back, Mrs. Garth. Ultimately.
Yes, but boys cannot be apprenticed ultimately. They should be apprenticed at 15.
I was in the wrong, Susan. I had no business signing the bill. I suppose, Fred, that you've tried all other means.
I've tried everything. Well, there's no one else I care for as much as you and Mrs. Garth. You've always been so kind to me. But it's no use saying that. You will always think me a rascal now.
After Fred Vincy had left the house, Caleb Garth said to his wife,
I was a fool.
That you were.
I can't abide your losing the money you've scraped together for Alfred.
It's a good job that I did scrape that money together, though.
Yes.
And it's you who'll have to suffer, because you'll have to teach the boy yourself.
Yes.
But you must give up your bad habits, Caleb. Some men take to drinking, and you have taken to working without pay. You must indulge yourself a little less in that.
I'll ride over to Stone Court later and speak to Mary.
Fred Vincy was already on his way there.
Mary, I am a good-for-nothing blackguard.
I would think that one of those descriptions would do at a time.
You'll think I don't care for you or your father or your mother.
What have you done, Fred?
I owe money. £160. I asked your father to put his name to the bill, and now I've been unlucky. A horse has turned out badly, and I can only pay £50. And your father has no ready money to spare, and your mother will have to pay her £92 that she's been saving for Alfred. And she says your savings must go too.
Oh, poor father. Poor mother.
And I think you'll never forgive me.
What does it matter whether I ever forgive you? Would that make it any better for my mother to lose the money she saved by teaching lessons for 4 years? Would you think all that pleasant enough if I forgave you?
Say what you like, Mary. I deserve it all.
I don't want to say anything to you. And my anger is useless.
I'm so miserable, Mary. If you knew how miserable I am, you'd be sorry for me.
Be sorry for you?
Yes.
Fred, how can you bear to be so contemptible when others are working and striving and there are so many things to be done? How can you bear to be fit for nothing in the world that is useful?
I will try to be anything if you will say that you love me.
I would be ashamed to say I loved a man who must always be hanging on to others and waiting to be handed a fortune. What will you be when you are 40? Fat and shabby, hoping someone will invite you to dinner?
But at this moment, Fred was saved from complete despair by the glimmer of a smile on Mary's lips, and he began to feel better. And he secretly felt his future was guaranteed against the fulfillment of all her prophecies, because Featherstone would leave him a fortune, and all would be well. When Mr. and Mrs. Casaubon returned from Rome to Lowick Manor, it was mid-January. A light snow was falling, and it seemed to Dorothea that all the rooms and the furniture had shrunk since she last saw them. The books looked like imitations of books. The stag on the tapestry looked like a ghost.
You weary, Dorothea?
Yes. Yes, I am a little.
It's very pleasant to be home. Is it not?
Yes. Of course.
The next morning, she sat in the window seat of the blue-green room, looked out at the snow, and felt nothing but dreary oppression. The duties of her married life, imagined as so great beforehand, seemed to be shrinking with the furniture. She shook herself then and rose quickly, feeling as if all her morning gloom would vanish if she could only see her husband glad because of her presence. But her uncle, Mr. Brooke, and her sister Celia had just arrived to welcome the happy couple home.
Celia! Dodo! Oh.
Well, I need not ask how you are, my dear. Rome has clearly agreed with you. Happiness, frescoes, and that sort of thing. Oh, it's very pleasant to have you back again. And now you understand all about art, I think.
I know more than I did, but I wouldn't say I understand a great deal.
Nonsense. I don't believe it. And where is Casaubon?
In the library.
Already?
But he has been studying a great deal in Rome.
Has he? Has he?
Poor Dodo. Oh, no, I didn't mean...
Well, studying hard in his holidays is carrying it a bit far, isn't it?
Yes. No, I mean, that's why we went to Rome, so he could study the manuscripts at the Vatican.
I shall go and seek him out.
Oh, yes, all right.
The blue-green room looked much more cheerful with Celia on the window seat, drinking coffee.
Do you think it nice to go to Rome on a wedding journey?
It would not suit everyone, I think.
Mrs. Cadwallader says it's nonsense, people going on a long journey when they are married. She says they get deathly tired of one another and can't quarrel comfortably like they would at home. Lady Chettam says she went to Bath.
Celia?
Yes?
Has something happened?
Sir James and I are engaged.
Why didn't you write?
It only happened 3 days ago.
It is just as I used to think and hope. And are you very happy?
Yes.
Oh, Celia.
We are not to be married yet, because everything is to be got ready. And I don't want to be married so very soon, because I think it is nice to be engaged. And we should be married all our lives after.
I don't believe you could marry better. Sir James is a good, honourable man.
He has gone on building the cottages, Dodo. He will tell you all about them when he comes. Shall you be glad to see him?
Of course I shall. How can you ask me?
Only I was afraid you would be getting so learned.
Celia regarded Mr. Casaubon's learning as a kind of damp which might in due time saturate anyone else who happened to be nearby.
Oh, I'm glad you're back, Dodo. You were gone too long.
One morning, some weeks after their return, Dorothea... But why always Dorothea? Let us think about Mr. Casaubon for a moment, because I, for one, feel very sorry for him. To know intense joy, one must have an enthusiastic soul. While Mr. Casaubon's soul was certainly sensitive, it was not enthusiastic. It went fluttering in the swampy ground where it was hatched, thinking of its wings, and never flying. He had thought of finding happiness with a lovely young bride, but he had not found marriage a blissful state. And now it seemed possible, likely even, that his lovely wife judged his work in the same way as others. Yet every morning she insisted on joining him in the library.
Dorothea, here's a letter for you. It was enclosed in one addressed to me.
From Mr. Ladislaw?
Yes.
But what can he possibly have to say to me?
Well, you can, if you please, read the letter.
Oh, yes.
But I may as well say beforehand that I must decline the proposal it contains to pay a visit here. I trust that you'll understand I only want peace and quiet for a time, free from guests, particularly those who are likely to tire me.
There has been no clashing of temper between Dorothea and her husband since that small explosion in Rome. She has found it easier by far to quell her emotions than suffer the results of venting them.
Why do you imagine that I would wish for anything that would annoy you?
Dorothea.
You speak to me as if I was something you had to contend against. Please wait at least until I appear to consult my own pleasure and ignore yours.
Dorothea, you are hasty.
I think it is you who are hasty in your false suppositions about my feelings.
We will, if you please, say no more on the subject. I have neither leisure nor energy for this kind of debate.
To have a discussion shut down when you feel that justice is all on your own side is even more exasperating in marriage than it is in philosophy. Dorothea left Ladislaw's letter unread on her husband's desk and went silently to her own table. She began to work at once, and there was no sound for half an hour, until...
Edward! Dearest! Lean on me! Lean on me!
I can't. I can't.
What? What, you can't what?
I can't breathe.
Oh, let me ring the bell. Let me ring the bell. Oh, my dear, someone will come. Turntrip will come. Please hold my hand. Hold my hand.
Casaubon's butler was quick to respond. With him was Sir James who had only just arrived at the house.
Good Lord. What happened?
I don't know. I don't know. Please help me.
Mr. Casaubon, let's get you to the couch.
I'm just going to move you.
I think it was some kind of fit. I don't know. I didn't see. I was sitting at the table.
We need to send for a doctor, immediately.
Yes.
I recommend Lydgate. My mother called him in and found him uncommonly clever.
Dearest, may we send for Dr. Lydgate, then?
Yes.
Dr. Lydgate arrived very quickly, and after examining Mr. Casaubon, he spoke with Dorothea and Sir James alone.
The patient must have absolute quiet, absolute rest.
Of course.
And the nature of the attack, do you understand it?
I believe it is heart disease. I believe there is a possibility of another attack.
Oh.
It will take me some days to confirm the problem. I will have medicines sent to you today, and I will return in the morning.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
What could be the cause? I mean to say, why did it happen just now? Just now of all moments?
I'm afraid that's impossible to say, Mrs. Casaubon.
Dorothea was desperately afraid that the agitation of her anger had brought on this sudden attack of illness.
I'll write to the Grange and tell your uncle and Celia what has happened.
Yes, thank you, Sir James.
When Sir James reached the Grange, Mr. Brooke was not at home, but Celia was there.
Lydgate says it is heart disease and there is chance of a second attack.
Poor dear Dodo. How dreadful.
I should have expected something like this.
It is terrible that he is ill, of course. But I never did like him. And I think he is not half as fond of Dorothea as he ought to be. And I am sure no one else would have had him. Do you think they would?
I always thought it a horrible sacrifice of your sister.
But Dodo never did what other people would do, and I think she never will.
She is a noble creature.
He had just left Dorothea with her arm tenderly around her husband, looking at him with unspeakable sorrow. But Sir James had no idea how much guilt and penitence Dorothea was feeling at that moment.
Shall I go to her?
Yes, I think it would be best.
Within a few days, Mr. Casaubon had begun to recover. Dr. Lydgate called every day, and this morning Mr. Brooke had called too.
The source of your illness is the common error of intellectual men, too monotonous application of study.
What did I say? What did I say? What have I always said?
You must spend fewer hours in the library and seek out some form of relaxation.
Why don't you try fishing?
I fear I'm not a fishing man.
Or you could set up a turning room and make toys and table legs.
I should feel like a prisoner in a house of correction.
Perhaps it would be better to say this. Mr. Casaubon, you must submit to being mildly bored, rather than go on working at your previous rate.
Get Dorothea to play backgammon with you in the evenings.
Yes.
And what about shuttlecock?
Shuttlecock?
I don't know a finer game than shuttlecock.
I cannot imagine playing shuttlecock.
But you must unbend, Casaubon. Unbend, you know.
One morning, Lydgate took an opportunity to speak with Dorothea alone.
In a few days, I believe Mr. Casaubon will be up and about, and nearly completely recovered.
Yes, it's wonderful.
But there is a chance, you know, that his illness will return.
A high chance?
It's impossible to say. Mr. Casaubon may live for 15 years or more without his health deteriorating a great deal. On the other hand,
The disease may develop rapidly, and death may be sudden.
What must we do, then? What must I do to ensure he has the best chance?
He must be careful. Careful against mental agitation of all kinds, and, as I have told him, against excessive application.
He would be miserable if he had to give up his work.
I'm aware of that.
What can I do? Please tell me.
What do you think of foreign travel?
Oh, no, that would be worse than anything. He has been labouring all his life and looking forward to the day his book is published. He minds about nothing else. And I mind about nothing else.
I'm sorry, but I thought you should know the truth that it may be very sudden. However, I don't think we should say anything to enlighten Mr. Casaubon himself.
Really?
Much better, I think, for him to know only that he mustn't overwork himself.
Whatever you think best.
Anxiety of any kind would be precisely the most unfavourable condition for him.
I'll say nothing, then.
I'll see him again tomorrow.
That evening, Lydgate spoke to Miss Vincy about Mrs. Casaubon.
It impressed me. Her devotion to this man, this formal, studious man, 30 years older than herself.
But he is her husband. Of course she is devoted to him.
Lydgate found this response the perfect feminine attitude. But in fact, Rosamond was thinking that it was not very melancholy to be mistress of Lowick Manor, with a husband likely to die soon.
Do you think her very handsome?
Well, certainly she is handsome, but I hadn't really thought about it.
I suppose it would be unprofessional.
Yes, perhaps.
Well, your practice is certainly spreading. First the Chettams, and now the Casaubons.
Yes, but I don't really like attending such people so well as the poor. The cases are more monotonous, and one has to go through more fuss and listen more deferentially to nonsense.
It was many days before Dorothea realised that she had failed to reply to Will Ladislaw's letter. She sought Mr. Brooke's assistance.
Uncle, I have a favour to ask.
Anything, my dear. Ask, and it will be done.
Mr. Ladislaw would like to come and visit us, but this is not the right time.
No, indeed.
Would you be so kind as to write to him and explain that Mr. Casaubon has been ill and that his health won't allow visitors?
Mr. Ladislaw is Mr. Casaubon's nephew, isn't he?
Cousin.
Yes, cousin.
You met him here when he was sketching?
Yes. Young fellow, curly hair.
Yes.
Seemed like a bright young man.
Yes. So you will write to him?
It would be a pleasure.
There was no one more ready to write a letter than Mr. Brooke. His only difficulty was to write a short one. Before he knew it, he had written 3 pages and invited Will to stay with him instead. But he did not tell his niece about the invitation. After all, he considered it of no importance to her. While Mrs. Casaubon was valiantly trying to keep her recuperating husband away from his library at Lowick, Mrs. Vincy, wife of the Middlemarch mayor, was afraid her son Fred was becoming seriously ill.
Dr. Wrench says it's nothing.
But look at you.
It's just a cold.
You haven't eaten a thing all day.
I'm not hungry.
But why aren't you hungry, Fred? You're always hungry.
Mamma, I see Dr. Lydgate is passing, and if I were you, I would call him in to see Fred.
There's no need.
Mamma, they say he cures everyone.
Oh, let us fetch him in,
Half an hour later, Dr. Lydgate had spoken with Fred Vincy and sent him straight to his bed.
He is in the early stage of typhoid fever.
Typhoid? But Dr. Wrench said it was nothing serious.
And I'm afraid so far he has taken the wrong medicines.
Oh, my poor boy.
But, Mamma, Dr. Lydgate will help us now.
He must have a regular nurse, and we must take some specific precautions.
Why would Dr. Wrench neglect us like this?
Yesterday the symptoms may not have been so obvious. This form of fever is difficult to detect early on.
Oh, Lord, you must save him, Dr. Lydgate. You must save him.
I'll get a prescription made up immediately, and I'll write to Dr. Wrench.
And so Dr. Lydgate was installed as medical attendant on the Vincys.
Oh, please do not die, Fred.
Mother.
Yes, dear, yes. What is it, my darling?
Have you heard from Mary Garth?
Mary Garth?
Does she know that I am ill?
I'm sure she knows it. How can she not? The whole town knows it.
But she sends no word.
I know you're fond of her, Fred.
I'm more than fond, Mother. I think she is the best girl in the world.
But she's so plain.
Not to me.
Mrs. Vincy did not relish the prospect of Fred coming down in the world by marrying Mary Garth, and she truly dreaded the prospect of grandchildren who bore the Garth family look. But such was her desperation, she found herself saying,
Oh, Fred, if only I can see you live. Live and be strong again, and who knows, perhaps even Master of Stone Court. Then, well, you can marry anyone you like.
Mrs. Vincy rarely left Fred's side, and thus Rosamond was in the unusual position of being much alone. Often she was alone with Dr. Lydgate, who called morning and evening to check on his patient.
How do you find Fred?
As usual, going on well, but slowly.
I ordered tea.
For me?
Yes.
Thank you.
But you mustn't feel obliged.
No, I don't feel obliged.
Good. Tea, then?
Yes, please. Oh, good Lord. I am sorry.
That's quite all right.
You see, what did I say when we first met?
Men are bears.
Exactly. I am a bear who needs teaching.
Lydgate felt sure that if he ever married, his wife would have the kind of feminine radiance possessed by Rosamond Vincy. But still he did not imagine himself in love with her. And it did not cross his mind that Rosamond spent many waking hours thinking of him, that to her they were already as good as engaged. But circumstances were almost sure to be on the side of Rosamond's idea, which had a shaping activity and looked through watchful eyes, whereas Lydgate's lay blind and unconcerned as a jellyfish which gets melted without knowing it. A week later, Rosamond Vincy met her Aunt Harriet, otherwise known as Mrs. Bulstrode, in the middle of Middlemarch High Street.
Oh, Rosamond, dear, good morning.
Good morning, Aunt Harriet.
How is poor Fred?
Fred is much improved, thank you.
I plan to call on him and your poor mother later today.
They are not at home, I'm afraid. They've gone to Stone Court.
To Stone Court?
Mr. Featherstone said he could not do without Fred any longer. And since Dr. Lydgate believed the air would be better there, Fred has gone for a kind of holiday.
Oh, I see. Well, I wanted to speak with you as well, Rosamond, but it's a delicate matter. Perhaps I could call at the house this afternoon.
I would prefer to hear whatever you have to say here, please.
I have just heard something which surprised me very much.
What is that, Aunt?
I can hardly believe it. That you should be engaged without your father telling me.
I am not engaged, Aunt.
Well, how is it that everyone says so, then? That it's the talk of the town?
The town's talk is of very little consequence, I think.
Oh, my dear. Be more thoughtful.
I don't know what you mean.
You are turned 22, and you will have no fortune. Your father, I'm sure, won't be able to spare you anything. I believe his business is losing money in these uncertain times. Dr. Lydgate is very clever, but the medical profession is a poor one, and you are not fit to marry a poor man.
Dr. Lydgate is not a poor man, Aunt. He has very high connections.
He told me himself he was poor.
Well, that's because he is used to people who have a high style of living.
Oh, but, my dear Rosamond, you must not think of living in high style. Think of the 2 excellent offers you have refused, and there is one still within your reach if you will not throw him away. Mr. Ned Plymdale is a nice young man. Some might think he is good-looking.
And I will never give my heart to Ned Plymdale.
Mrs. Bulstrode was determined not to let this business lie, So when she called at the bank to see her husband and Dr. Lydgate happened to be there, she took her chance.
Ah! Dr. Lydgate! Might I speak with you?
Mrs. Bulstrode, yes, of course.
I wanted to thank you for the fine work you have done with my nephew, Fred Vincy.
Oh, well, I am very pleased with his progress, yes.
And now that he is at Stone Court, there may be less reason to call at the Vincy house.
Yes, that's true, naturally.
I must confess to you that I feel some concern about my niece.
Rosamond?
Yes, Rosamond.
She's not ill, is she? When I last saw her, she was quite well.
No, she is not at all ill, but I worry about gentlemen who pay her attention and keep her all to themselves for the mere pleasure of the moment.
I see.
They may drive off others with more serious intentions.
I see.
I'm glad, Dr. Lydgate, that you understand.
But on the other hand, a man would be a fool to go about thinking he cannot pay attention to any young woman in case she should fall in love with him.
And on the other hand, it is a heavy responsibility to interfere with the prospects of a girl.
Lydgate felt quite sure that Rosamond took everything as lightly as he had intended. It was the rest of the world who had misunderstood him. Still, he decided, on reflection, perhaps he should cease calling so often at the Vincy house to save Rosamond from small-town gossip. These days without Lydgate made Rosamond deeply unhappy. When 10 of them had passed, her unhappiness became terror. Then Lydgate was summoned with some urgency to attend to Peter Featherstone at Stone Court.
Dr. Lydgate?
Yes, Mrs. Vincy.
How do you find Fred these days?
Oh, Fred is very well, I believe. Almost completely recovered.
I think so too. But Mr. Featherstone, not long for this world. Am I right?
I'm afraid so.
Would you send a message to my husband when you get back to town?
Certainly.
Would you tell my husband there's been a marked change in Mr. Featherstone's health, and I wish him to come to Stone Court today?
Now Lydgate might have called to see Mr. Vincy at the warehouse, or he might have written a message and left it with the maid. Yet these simple devices did not occur to him.
That sounds very pretty.
Dr. Lydgate.
I'm sorry to intrude upon your time, but I have a message for your father from your mother.
He had intended to be playful and light, but he found himself serious and embarrassed.
What is the message?
It is about Peter Featherstone. Your mother thinks he will not live much longer, and I'm inclined to agree. Your mother would like your father to go to Stone Court.
I see.
Please tell him as soon as you can.
Is that all?
What is the matter?
Nothing.
You're distressed.
But there is nothing the matter.
Tell me.
There could have been no more complete answer than that silence. When Rosamond looked up at him with her blue eyes full of tears, Lydgate was compelled to kiss her. In half an hour he left the house an engaged man whose soul was not his own. At midnight that night, Mary Garth relieved the watch in Mr. Featherstone's room and sat there alone through the small hours. She often chose this task because there were intervals in which she could sit perfectly still, enjoying the subdued light, the red fire, and the stillness.
Missy, come here.
What can I get you, sir?
How many of them are in the house?
Jonah Featherstone is here, and Fred and his mother are here too.
Good. That's good.
Can I fetch you something, sir?
You listen, Missy. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I've got all my faculties, as well as ever I had in my life. Do you hear, Missy? I've got my faculty.
I hear you, sir.
I've made 2 wills.
2 wills?
2 wills, and I'm going to burn one.
What?
This is the key of my iron chest in the closet there. go and take the topmost paper. Last will and testament.
No, sir, I cannot do that.
You cannot do it.
No, sir.
But you must, I tell you.
I cannot touch the chest or your will. I must refuse to do anything that might lay me open to suspicion.
I tell you, I am in my right mind. Take the key, I say.
No, sir, I will not.
I'm telling you, there's no time to lose.
I cannot help that, sir. I will not let the close of your life taint the beginning of mine.
Look here, I have money, notes, and gold. It is all yours if you do as I ask.
I will not take that key or your money, sir. Please don't ask me again.
Call the young chap, then call Fred Vincy.
I will call him if you let me call Mr. Jonah too.
Nobody else. Nobody else.
Please, sir.
Look here, Missy. Take the money. It's pretty nigh 200. And there's more in the chest. Take it all and do as I tell you. You'll never have the chance again.
It is of no use, sir. I will not do it. I will do anything else I can to comfort you.
Anything else? Anything else? There is nothing else.
You must understand.
Come here.
No,
Come
sir.
here, I say.
Let me give you some cordial.
I don't want cordial. I want you to do as I ask, damn you.
Try to compose yourself.
Compose myself.
At this, the old man threw his stick at her. It missed, and he seemed to sink then into his bed. Mary did not attempt to approach him, but stayed at a safe distance. It was getting towards the chilliest moment of the morning. The fire had got low, and she could see through the chink between the curtains that the sky was lightening. After a short while, she went a little nearer.
Mr. Featherstone? Mr. Featherstone, sir. Mr. Featherstone.
It was a spring day at Lowick Manor when Mr. Brooke made a surprise visit to his niece, Mrs. Casaubon.
Did you hear the news from Stone Court?
What news is that?
Peter Featherstone has died. Poor creature.
Oh. Is that why you came to see us?
What? No, not at all. I bring you a gift. Well, actually, it's not for you. It's for Casaubon. Where is he?
In the library.
What is he doing in the library? I thought he was banished from there.
Not banished, Uncle. Dr. Lydgate said he must apply himself less, that is all.
And is he? Is he applying himself less?
Well, he is trying.
Tell him he must cease studying and come and see what I've brought him. His man Pratt and I have carried it into the drawing room.
2 of you were needed to carry the gift.
It is a very large gift. Ladislaw brought it himself, you know.
Mr. Ladislaw?
Yes. He has just arrived from Italy. He's staying with me. He's staying with me, you know.
But how?
Because I invited him.
This news about Will was a great shock to Dorothea. She wondered why her uncle hadn't mentioned it before now, but it had simply never occurred to him.
What do you say, Casaubon?
Yes.
There you are, to the very life, as Aquinas, you know.
Yes.
Ladislaw's friend has done a fine job, wouldn't you say?
Yes, indeed.
I don't understand how you came by the painting.
Young Ladislaw brought it from Rome to the Grange, and now I bring it to you.
Ladislaw?
Yes, he's staying with me.
Oh. I wasn't aware of that.
No? Yes, indeed, yes. I invited him some time ago when you were ill. Dorothea said you couldn't have anybody in the house, you know, and she asked me to write.
Poor Dorothea saw clearly that Casaubon believed she had asked her uncle to invite Will to the Grange, and at this moment it felt impossible to explain the misunderstanding.
I owe you acknowledgments for your hospitality towards a relative of mine.
Oh, not at all, not at all. He's an excellent fellow, your Mr. Ladislaw. He seems to me a kind of Shelley, you know? I don't mean as to anything objectionable, laxities or atheism or anything of that kind. I think I shall be able to put him on the right tack. And I am the more pleased because he is a relation of yours, Casaubon.
Mr. Casaubon silently hoped that the right tack would involve some occupation at a great distance from Lowick. He had disliked Will while he helped him, but he had begun to dislike him still more now that Will had declined his help. Some days later, Will Ladislaw himself called at Lowick Manor.
Is Mr. Casaubon at home?
I'm afraid he's gone to the Archdeacon. I don't know whether he'll be home again long before dinner. Did you want to say anything particular to him?
No, I simply wish to pay my respects.
I shall tell him you called.
Rome seems a long time ago.
It does, yes. I have tried to learn a great deal since we were in Rome. I can read a little Latin now, and I am beginning to understand, just beginning to understand a little Greek. But I can help Mr. Casaubon better now. I find out references for him and save his eyes.
He is extremely fortunate to have your assistance.
When I was a little girl, I wanted one day to help someone who did great works, so that his burden might be lighter.
Dorothea had never said anything before that shed so strong a light on her marriage.
You look so very like your grandmother.
What made you say that?
Your expression, at that exact moment. You know I have a miniature of her in my room. It was on the wall when I first came here, and I like to keep it there.
It was very wrong that she was disinherited, you know.
Yes.
There was nothing to be said against her husband, except that he was a Polish refugee who gave lessons for a living.
I wonder how she coped with the change from wealth to poverty. I wonder if she was happy with her husband.
I don't know. I hope so.
I hope so too.
I don't know a great deal about either of them. I know that my grandfather could speak many languages, and that he was very musical, and that they both died rather early.
What about your father?
My mother said he inherited his father's musical talent, but he died when I was a child.
I'm sorry.
I remember looking at him in his bed, his long, thin hands lying next to him. I was hungry, and he gave me a piece of bread from his plate. They had very little in life, my parents.
And were you often hungry?
Yes.
But, Mr. Casaubon, did he know that you lived with so little?
My father wrote to him before his death, and after that I never had another hungry day.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that.
Fear not. Mr. Casaubon always recognised it as his duty to take care of us.
In his heart, Will was conscious of wanting to tell Dorothea that Mr. Casaubon had done no more than pay them what he owed, but he kept silent.
Is your mother still alive?
No, she died by an accident, a fall, 4 years ago.
Oh, that's very sad. You've had so much loss.
Perhaps, but I'm not alone in that. Many people suffer losses.
But what about other relatives on your mother's side? Are you in contact with them?
She has no other relatives. At least, well, this is a strange story, and one that I've never really understood. She ran away from them, and I don't know why. She became an actress. That's where she met my father, in the theatre.
How extraordinary.
Yes. You see, I come from rebellious stock.
Yes, you do.
Actually, one of the reasons I wish to speak with you alone is...
Tell me.
Mr. Brooke has offered me a job.
Has he?
Did you know that your uncle has bought one of the Middlemarch newspapers? The Pioneer?
Yes.
He means to stand for Parliament, you know.
He's often talked of it, but I thought he might always talk and never do it.
Well, he has asked me to edit his newspaper and to help him express his ideas with regards to reform. I myself am very interested in being involved in political reform, but what do you think?
What do I think?
About me editing your uncle's newspaper.
Would it mean you were sacrificing other prospects?
Perhaps. But I've always been blamed for not settling on something, and this I could gladly settle on. Of course, if you would prefer me not to accept it, then I won't.
Oh, that is not for me to say.
I would rather stay in this part of the country than go elsewhere. I belong to nobody, and nowhere.
I should like you to stay very much.
Then I shall stay.
But my opinion is of little consequence.
Not to me.
I meant, I think you should be guided by Mr. Casaubon. I spoke without thinking, and now it occurs to me that he might think differently.
I see.
But if you wait until his return...
I'm afraid I cannot wait today. The rain is quite over now, and I have an appointment in Middlemarch. I shall write to your husband on the matter.
Will left the house and struck out across the fields so as not to run any risk of encountering Mr. Casaubon's carriage.
Mr. Ladislaw called here today, and he mentioned a proposal of my uncle's, which I should very much like to know your opinion of.
And what is the nature of the proposal?
My dear uncle, you know, has many projects, and recently has bought one of the Middlemarch papers, The Pioneer. Were you aware of that?
I was not.
He's asked Mr. Ladislaw to stay in the neighbourhood and edit the paper for him.
Did Mr. Ladislaw come here on purpose to ask my opinion?
No, he didn't say that he came here to ask your opinion, but when he mentioned the proposal, of course he expected me to tell you about it.
Mr. Casaubon closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them narrowly, with a knife-edged look at Dorothea.
I fear that you might feel some objection. But certainly a young man with so much talent might be very useful to my uncle, might help him to do good in a better way. And Mr. Ladislaw wishes to have some fixed occupation, and he would like to stay in this neighbourhood because no one else cares for him elsewhere.
Dorothea felt that this was a consideration to soften her husband's attitude, but the knife-edged look remained. The next morning, without Dorothea's knowledge, he wrote a letter that began,
Dear Mr. Ladislaw.
He had always before addressed his cousin as Will.
Mrs. Casaubon informs me that a proposal has been made to you by Mr. Brooke that, if accepted, would be highly offensive to me. There are certain social proprieties which should hinder a somewhat near relative of mine from becoming associated with literary or political adventurers. Should you accept this position that is so much beneath my own, then I should be forced to exclude you from further visits to Lowick Manor. Yours faithfully, Edward Casaubon.
Meanwhile, the vision of what ought to be done seemed to Dorothea like a sudden letting in of daylight.
Dorothea?
Yes?
Why are you sitting over there?
I cannot sleep.
Something wrong?
I have been thinking a great deal about money and how I've always had too much of it.
And this troubles you?
Yes, because so many have so little. And I was just thinking about Mr. Ladislaw, and I was thinking, dearest, that you have been too generous in arrangements for me. I mean, with regard to property. And if there is any objection to the proposal he mentioned, you know, about my uncle and the newspaper, then giving him his true share would set aside any motive for his accepting it.
I assume, then, that Mr. Ladislaw has asked you to petition me.
Oh, no. Indeed, no. He would never do that. I fear you think too hardly of him, dear. You are so good and so just. You have done everything you thought to be right. But it seems clear to me that more than that is right. And I must speak about it, since I am the person who has all the benefits.
Dorothea, my love...
Mr. Casaubon always said my love when his manner was coldest.
This is not the first occasion, but I hope it will be the last in which you have assumed a judgment on subjects beyond your scope. It is not for you to interfere between me and Mr. Ladislaw and encourage communications from him which criticise me.
Dorothea heard her husband breathing raggedly after this speech and was frightened of him becoming ill again. Inside her, she felt a dumb cry for help to bear this nightmare of a life in which every energy was arrested by dread. The following morning, Mr. Casaubon received this letter from Will Ladislaw.
My dear Mr. Casaubon, I have given all due consideration to your letter yesterday, but I am unable to take your view. While I fully acknowledge your generous conduct to me in the past, I cannot allow it to fetter my future. Forgive me for not seeing that my obligations to you should prevent me from living where I choose, or maintaining myself by any lawful occupation. I remain yours, Will Ladislaw.
Poor Mr. Casaubon felt that no man had greater cause for disgust and suspicion than he.
In Middlemarch, by George Eliot, Dorothea was played by Olivia Vinall, Will Ladislaw by Joseph Quinn, Dr. Lydgate, John Heffernan, Rosamond, Laura Christy, Mr. Bulstrode, Adrian Scarborough, and Mrs. Bulstrode, Rosie Cavaliero. Reverend Farebrother was played by Miles Jupp, Sir James Chettam by Hugh Skinner, Celia, Lucy Reynolds, Mr. Brooke and Mr. Garth, Neil McCaul, Fred Vincy, Will Kirk, Mary Garth and Tantrip, Scarlett Courtney, and Letty Garth, Grace Doherty. Raffles was played by Clive Hayward, Mr. Vincy by Rick Warden, Mrs. Vincy, Heather Craney, Mrs. Plymdale, Jessica Turner, Mrs. Abel, Sinead McInnes, Dr. Hawley, Greg Jones, and Hopkins, Icky Elias. The narrator, George Eliot, was Juliet Aubrey. Middlemarch was adapted by Katie Hims and directed by Tracy Neal.
While relations deteriorated between Mr. Casaubon and Will Ladislaw, while Rosamond Vincy and Dr. Lydgate looked forward to the prospect of married life, the rest of Middlemarch waited to hear the will of Peter Featherstone.
Mary.
What?
Who is that fellow over there?
His name is Joshua Rigg.
But who is he?
He's been to Stone Court on 2 occasions, but I've no idea who he is.
Don't you think he looks remarkably like a frog?
Fred!
What? He does.
Everyone will hear you.
Everyone is probably thinking the same thing.
People cannot help how they look. He stayed with Mr. Featherstone for hours.
This Rigg fellow?
Yes.
How old is he, do you think?
3 and 30.
Expectations were high, since Featherstone had been childless despite marrying twice. But this stranger, landed among them as if from the moon, now caused a slight ripple of alarm.
For anyone present who doesn't know me, my name is Mr. Standish, and the will I hold in my hand was drawn up by myself and executed by our deceased friend on the 9th of August, 1825. But I now find that there is a second will. Ladies, gentlemen, please. Please. Now, I find there is a second will drawn up unbeknownst to me, bearing the date the 20th of June, 1826, hardly a year later than the previous one. I shall begin by reading the earlier will.
All eyes avoided meeting other eyes. Only Mr. Rigg looked calm.
I begin by bequeathing £200 to my brother Solomon Featherstone and £200 to my brother Jonah Featherstone.
Mr. Standish continued to read out all of the small bequests.
But that's only a few thousand,
About 3,000, I'd say.
Oh, Mr. Vincy, I'm sure that he means the land to go to Fred.
Shh, Mother.
Well, what else can it mean?
£10,000 in investments is bequeathed to Mr. Fred Vincy.
Oh, 10,000! Oh, Fred!
That's not bad, not bad.
Not bad, that's very good.
But who will get the land? That's the thing, Mother.
Stone Court and all its land will go to Mr. Joshua Rigg.
What?
Rigg?
Who the devil is this Rigg?
I did hear a rumour he was Peter Featherstone's love child.
Love child? Love child?
Shh, Fred.
It's funny, the idea of it.
Not that funny if he gets all the land and Stone Court too.
Yeah, quiet! Quiet, please, everyone, quiet! There is a second will, there is a further document.
We have not yet heard the final wishes of the deceased.
If things had looked bad, they were soon to look worse. It seemed the second will revoked everything except the smaller legacies to smaller persons.
Oh, Fred. What about the 10,000? What about the 10,000?
All of the land lying in Lewick Parish, with all the stock and household furniture, is bequeathed to Joshua Rigg, who will, from now on, be known as Mr. Joshua Rigg Featherstone.
Nobody present had a farthing, except for the estate agent, Mr. Trumbull, who got a gold-headed cane. Mary dared not look at Fred. Mr. Vincy could hold his tongue no longer.
This is the most unaccountable will I ever heard. I should say he was not in his right mind when he made it. I should say this last will was void. Hey, Standish.
Our deceased friend always knew what he was doing, I believe.
And something else is wrong.
Everything is quite regular, Mr. Vincy. Mr. Clemens, who drew up the will, is a very respectable solicitor.
Outside Stone Court, Mary Garth took Fred Vincy by the hand. She was very conscious that perhaps she had made a great difference to his future.
So that man is Featherstone's son?
So it would seem.
I don't understand. I don't understand what Featherstone was playing at, why he encouraged me.
He liked to see you, Fred. He liked you best of all of them.
I wish he hadn't.
Be brave, Fred. I do honestly believe that you were better without the money. What good did it do Peter Featherstone?
I thought I'd be able to pay your father at once and make everything right.
You have to find another way to make it right.
But how?
I don't know, Fred.
Well, tell me what to do.
How can I?
I suppose I'll have to go into the church after all.
If that's what you wish.
It's not what I wish at all, and you know it.
Then why did you say it?
Because I wanted to vex you, and then you tell me what I ought to do instead.
Oh, Fred.
And not even £100 left to you, Mary.
I never expected it. I never expected anything.
But what shall you do now?
Take another situation. As soon as I can get one. My father has enough to do looking after the rest of them.
Mr. Vincy went home from the reading of the will with his point of view considerably changed on many subjects. He now regarded Fred's idleness with a sudden increased severity.
Don't be too hard on the poor boy, Vincy.
Don't be too hard on him. Don't be too hard on him. If I'd been harder on him in the first place, he'd never have turned out so bone idle.
He thought he was getting a great inheritance.
That's no excuse.
That wicked man deceived him. It was almost like giving him the land, promising like that.
Featherstone never actually promised it, though, did he?
Well, what is promising, if it isn't making everyone believe it? And he did leave him £10,000. Huh? But then he took it away again.
Took it away again? He never gave it to him in the first place.
In the first will he did.
You've always spoiled that boy. Did you know that?
What was I supposed to do? He was my first child.
I know he was.
And you made a fine fuss of him too when he came.
I was a fool.
Don't say that, Vincy, don't say that.
But it's true.
I feel as sure as I sit here that Fred will turn out well, or why else was he saved from the grave? And who has handsomer, better children than ours? Fred is far beyond other people's sons. You can hear it in his speech that he's been to college.
He had to pass his exams, though.
But he will pass them, I'm sure he will. He's clever enough. And Rosamond, where is there a girl like her? Dr. Lydgate has been everywhere and he fell in love with her at once. And he has the highest relatives, you know.
But I don't want a son-in-law who has only high relatives. In fact, I'm going to refuse to allow it.
Refuse to allow what?
The marriage.
But Vincy...
Lucy, it's not a sensible match. My sister was right.
Harriet? What has Harriet to do with anything?
She warned me against it. And now I think she was right.
The next morning, Mrs. Vincy told Rosamond that her father had changed his mind.
But it's 7 weeks since he gave his consent.
Well, my dear, I shall leave you to manage your father. You always do manage everybody.
And when I am married, I mean us to have Mrs. Bretton's house.
Mrs. Bretton's house is very large. I should love you to have such a house, but it will take a great deal of furniture, carpeting and everything.
Do you think Dr. Lydgate can pay for it?
You cannot imagine that I should ask him, Mamma. Well, of course, he understands his own affairs.
But we all thought you would have something from Mr. Featherstone. Of course, it's much worse for poor Fred. It's so dreadful for Fred.
That has nothing to do with my marriage, Mother. Fred must leave off being idle. I'm going to take this work to Miss Morgan now. She does the open hemming very well. But Mary Garth would be better for my wedding clothes. Her sewing is exquisite. 'Tis the nicest thing about Mary Garth. I should like to have all my cambric double-hemmed, and it takes a long time.
While Rosamond did not take her father's threat seriously, she thought it wise to enlist her fiancé's help in managing her father.
Papa is no longer pleased with our engagement. He wants me to give it up.
And will you give it up?
I never give up anything that I choose to do.
God bless you.
Lydgate found Rosamond's determination adorable.
You are of age, and I claim you as mine. If anything is done to make you unhappy, then that is a reason for hastening our marriage.
But we aren't very ready to marry, are we?
Aren't we? I've taken the house now. Everything else can soon be got ready, can't it?
What about wedding clothes?
Oh, you won't mind about new clothes, will you? They can always be bought afterwards.
It's the first time I've heard of wedding clothes being bought after the marriage.
But you don't mean to say you would insist on my waiting months for the sake of clothes?
Well...
Tell me how soon we can be married.
Lydgate saw that Rosamond had become serious and meditative. In fact, she was going through many intricacies of lace edging and petticoat tucking in order to give an answer that would be at least approximate.
6 weeks.
6 weeks?
Yes. There would be the house linen and the furniture to be prepared, but Mamma could see to those while we were away.
Yes, and we would only be away a week or so.
Oh, we must be away longer than that.
She was thinking of her evening dresses for the visit to Sir Godwin Lydgate's, which she had long been secretly hoping for.
And will you write to my father?
What should I say to him?
Tell him we are determined to be married.
Her wish was his command.
He says he's determined to marry you.
Yes.
But this is nonsense, Rosamond. What has he got to marry on? And what have you had such an education for, if you're going to marry a poor man?
Dr. Lydgate is not poor, Father. He bought his practice, which they say is worth 800 or 900 a year.
What is buying a practice? He may as well buy next year's swallows. It'll all slip through his fingers.
On the contrary, Papa. His practice is increasing all the time. See how he has been called in by the Chettams and Casaubons, and he is very clever and bound to become famous through all his research.
Well, I hope he knows that I shan't give him anything. With this disappointment about Fred, and Parliament going to be dissolved, and an election coming on...
Dear Papa, what can that have to do with my marriage?
A great deal, Rosamond. We may all be ruined, the state the country's in.
Oh, Papa.
Some say it's the end of the world, and I'm inclined to agree with them. Anyhow, it's not a time to be drawing money out of my business, and I want Lydgate to know that.
I'm sure he expects nothing.
Mrs. Vincy's belief that Rosamond could manage her father was well-founded. Mr. Vincy, blustering as he was, had as little of his own way as if he had been Prime Minister.
I was thinking about our wedding journey.
Oh, yes?
I should so much like to know your family. Might we take a direction that would allow us to see them as we return?
Really?
Which of your uncles do you like best?
My Uncle Godwin, I think. He's a good-natured old fellow.
You were constantly at his house at Quallingham when you were a boy, were you not? I should so like to see the place. Does he know you are going to be married?
No.
Well, then you should send word. He will perhaps ask you to Quallingham, and you could show me the grounds, and I could imagine you there as a boy.
I suppose we could do that.
But then perhaps you should be a little ashamed of me. I forgot that.
Ashamed of you? No, never. I will write to him tomorrow. But
You know all of my cousins are absolute bores.
Rosamond reflected that if any of those high-bred cousins, who were apparently absolute bores, ever came to Middlemarch, they would be shocked by her own family of manufacturers. It seemed very desirable that Lydgate should get some first-rate position elsewhere than in Middlemarch, and this could hardly be difficult for a man with a titled uncle. While Lydgate, safely married and with the hospital under his command, felt himself struggling against Middlemarch for medical reform, Middlemarch was becoming more and more conscious of the national struggle for another kind of reform. This was what Will Ladislaw dwelt on now in the library at Tipton Grange.
What we have to work at now, Mr. Brooke, is making your position clear.
Yes. Yeah, but I want to keep myself independent about reform, you know? I don't want to go too far.
If you go in for the principle of reform, you must be prepared to take what the situation offers.
But I don't want to change the balance of the Constitution.
But that is what the country wants. It wants to have a House of Commons that isn't dominated by the landed class. Asking for a reform short of that is like asking for only a small part of an avalanche. An avalanche which has already begun to thunder.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Write that down. Please. You have a way of putting things, you know.
It was nearly 4 o'clock when Mrs. Casaubon called to see her uncle. She rarely came to the Grange now, but she had come with something very specific to say.
Sir James tells me that you were thinking of hiring Caleb Garth to manage the repairs to your farms, Uncle.
Yes. But he is a little hasty. You know?
Sir James says that if you mean to enter Parliament as a member who cares for the people, then one of the first things you must do is make things better for your tenants.
He's been reading the Trumpet. The Trumpet, you know. Since I began to campaign, they have been writing about me. Not always pleasant things.
If you did hire Caleb Garth to manage your farms, then the Trumpet wouldn't be able to hammer you anymore. And when the hustings comes around, the crowd would not be able to hammer you either.
Perhaps I will send word to Garth to come and see me. Perhaps I will do that now. Would you excuse me for a moment?
Certainly.
I haven't seen you for a long time.
No.
I presume you know that Mr. Casaubon has forbidden me to go to his house.
I didn't know that.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
No, I am sorry. So sorry.
He's unhappy that I've become editor of the Pioneer.
Dorothea felt wretched and believed that her husband was wrong in this and more. One of the first professional calls made by Dr. Lydgate after his wedding journey was to Lowick Manor.
I'm exceedingly obliged to you for your punctuality, Dr. Lydgate. We will, if you please, carry on our conversation while walking to and fro.
Of course. Have your symptoms returned?
No, my symptoms have mercifully not returned.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
But I have a question for you.
Go on.
For many years I've been writing a work which I would like to see committed to press. Alas, it is in no fit state for publication, and I want to know how much time I might have left in my life.
Diseases of the heart are very difficult to predict upon. Your condition may give you a tolerably comfortable life for another 15 years. But...
Yes?
I'm afraid that death from this disease is often sudden.
One more thing.
Yes.
Did you communicate this to Mrs. Casaubon?
Partly. I mean as to the possible issues.
Lydgate was about to explain why he had told Dorothea, but Mr. Casaubon clearly wanted the conversation over.
I thank you.
I shall leave you then.
Yes, please.
When the commonplace "we must all die" transforms itself suddenly into acute consciousness. I must die. Then death grapples with us, and his fingers are cruel. And Dorothea was somehow implicated in knowing the truth, knowing it all along.
Dearest,
Yes.
what did Dr. Lydgate have to say?
Nothing of consequence.
But you are well. You are quite well.
I am tolerably well, yes.
Take my arm.
Thank you, no.
Please.
Mr. Casaubon kept his hands behind him and allowed Dorothea's arm to cling with difficulty to his. There was something horrible to Dorothea in his attitude now.
I would rather be alone. My love, I would rather be alone.
Whatever you wish.
I shall keep walking.
And 2 days later, she went to see Dr. Lydgate to ask whether her husband had felt a return of his symptoms.
Dr. Lydgate is not at home, madam.
Is Mrs. Lydgate there?
Yes, madam.
Will you ask her if she can see me, just for a few minutes?
Mrs. Lydgate was hardly likely to refuse. To her, Mrs. Casaubon was one of those county divinities not given to mixing with Middlemarch mortality.
Mrs. Lydgate.
Mrs. Casaubon.
Hello, Mrs. Casaubon.
Well, Mr. Ladislaw, I didn't expect to see you here.
I'd forgotten that you two knew each other.
Yes, Mrs. Lydgate, thank you very much for allowing me to interrupt you.
Oh, not at all. What can I do for you?
I'm very anxious to see Dr. Lydgate. I wondered if you could tell me where he is, or even allow me to wait for him, if you expect him soon.
He's at the new hospital, but I can send for him.
Or I could go now and fetch him for you.
No, actually, I think I should go myself.
But why?
I'm in a hurry. Forgive me. Mrs. Lydgate, I'm very much obliged to you. Goodbye, Mr. Ladislaw.
On her way to the hospital, Dorothea felt confusedly unhappy, and the image of Will, which had been so clear to her before, was mysteriously spoilt.
Now, where were we? Here, I think.
It is always fatal to have music or poetry interrupted. May I come another day?
I'm sure you would admit the interruption was a very beautiful one. I quite envy your acquaintance with Mrs. Casaubon. Is she very clever? She looks as if she were.
Really, I never thought about it.
Oh, that is just the answer Tertius gave me when I first asked him if she were handsome. What is it that you gentlemen are thinking of when you are with Mrs. Casaubon?
Herself.
Well, I shall be jealous when Tertius goes to Lowick. He will come back and think nothing of me.
That doesn't seem to have been the effect on Lydgate so far. Besides, Mrs. Casaubon is too unlike other women for them to be compared with her.
Oh. You are a devout worshipper, I see.
No.
No?
Worship is usually a matter of theory, but I am practicing it to excess just at this moment. I really must leave now.
Later at dinner, Rosamond felt compelled to mention the events of the afternoon to Lydgate.
Mr. Ladislaw was here singing with me when Mrs. Casaubon came in. Are you listening?
Yes, of course.
In fact, he had not been listening. He had been thinking of an unpaid furniture bill.
Do you think he disliked Mrs. Casaubon seeing him at our house?
I have no idea.
I think he adores Mrs. Casaubon.
Then he is a poor devil.
What did Mrs. Casaubon want to say to you?
Oh, she was asking me about her husband's health, but I think she's going to be splendid to our new hospital. She has promised 200 a year.
Do you know, Tertius, I often wish you had not been a medical man.
No, Rosie, don't say that. That's like saying you wish you'd married another man.
Not at all. You are clever enough for anything. You might easily have been something else. And your cousins at Quallingham all think you have sunk below them in your choice of profession.
My cousins at Quallingham can go to the devil.
Still, I do not think it is a nice profession.
It is the grandest profession in the world, Rosamond. And to say that you love me without loving the medical man in me is The same as saying you like eating a peach, but don't like the flavour.
The day after Dorothea's visit to the hospital, she spent long hours in the library with Mr. Casaubon. When after dinner he asked her to return there, she could hardly refuse.
Would you read this aloud?
Certainly.
And then, at each point where I say mark, I'd like you to make a cross with your pencil.
All right.
And this is the first step in a sifting process, which I have long had in mind.
After she had read and marked for 2 hours, he said,
We will take this notebook upstairs and the pencil, if you please. And in case of reading in the night, we can pursue this task, if it isn't too wearisome for you.
I always prefer reading what you like best to hear.
The reading in the night did come. Dorothea was woken by a light to see her husband sitting in his armchair by the fireplace.
Are you ill, Edward?
No, I just felt some uneasiness in a reclining posture. I'll sit here for a time.
Would you like me to read to you?
You would oblige me greatly, Dorothea. I'm wakeful. My mind is remarkably lucid.
Of course.
Dorothea read for an hour or more, until at last Mr. Casaubon said,
Non haberat.
Close the book now, my dear. We'll resume our work in the morning. But before I sleep, I have a request to make.
What is it?
In the event of my death, will you promise to carry out my wishes?
Of course.
I'm glad.
And what are these wishes?
After my death, you will hear what they are.
But...
Yes?
I don't think it is right to make a promise when I am ignorant of what it will bind me to.
You will simply have to trust me.
But whatever affection prompted, I would do without promising.
But there you use your own judgment. And instead, I ask you to obey mine.
I see.
Do you refuse?
No. No, I don't refuse. But perhaps you might wait and allow me to reflect a little while.
How long must I wait?
I want with my whole soul to do what will comfort you, but I cannot give any pledge suddenly, still less a pledge to do I know not what.
How long must I wait, then?
Grant me until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow, then.
Mr. Casaubon was soon sleeping, but Dorothea stayed awake until it was nearly morning. It seemed clear now that he expected her to devote herself to sifting through those notebooks for eternity.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, Tantrip.
Mr. Casaubon told me to tell you who's out walking in the garden.
Thank you. I will go and join him.
God bless you.
Dorothea leant on her servant's arm and wept. She felt that she was going to say yes to her own doom. But when Dorothea went outside to find him, he was nowhere to be seen. Until she turned a corner on the yew tree walk, and there he was, seated on the bench with his arms resting on the stone table and his head resting on his arms.
I am come, Edward. I am come. Wake, dear. Wake. I have my answer. Edward. Edward.
But Mr. Casaubon was dead, and Dorothea's answer was never given. Mr. Casaubon had been dead and buried for a week before Dorothea began asking dangerous questions.
Do you think Sir James would drive me to Lowick?
Look. Dodo, look at the baby. Did you ever see anything like that?
Do you think Sir James would drive me?
Of course he would. But Dr. Lydgate says you are not to return to Lowick till you are quite well.
But I am well, and I would like to see if there's anything in my husband's will about who should have the living at Lowick.
There isn't.
Uncle has read it and there's nothing.
Well, then perhaps there's something in my husband's other papers. I would just like to go there and see for myself. Why won't anyone let me?
Oh, Dodo.
What?
There's something you don't know about Mr. Casaubon.
What is it?
Everyone is hiding it from you and hoping you don't find out, but that's impossible.
Please tell what it is.
He made a codicil to his will to say that the property will all go away from you if you marry...
Oh, is that all? Then it's of no consequence. I do not mean to ever marry again.
No, Dodo, it is only if you marry Mr. Ladislaw, not anybody else.
Oh.
James says it is abominable and not like a gentleman. It's as if Mr. Casaubon wanted people to believe that you loved Mr. Ladislaw.
Yes.
What I think is that Mr. Casaubon was spiteful. I never did like him, and James never did. I think the corners of his mouth were dreadfully spiteful. And now he has been taken away, and you ought to be grateful. We should not grieve, should we, baby?
Dorothea felt a violent repulsion from her departed husband, who had hidden thoughts, perhaps perverting everything she said and did. It had never before entered Dorothea's mind that Will Ladislaw could under any circumstances be her lover.
Mrs. Casaubon.
Dr. Lydgate, thank you for coming to see me.
I fear you are not well. Actually, you look quite ill.
I want to go to Lowick, but everyone says it's too soon. There are so many things I ought to attend to. One of them is quite urgent. My uncle has recommended Mr. Tyke for the parish at Lowick.
Mr. Tyke?
Do you know him?
I do.
What do you think of him?
Can I be truthful?
Please.
Then I should like to recommend someone else. A Mr. Farebrother. His current living is a poor one, but I've honestly never heard such good preaching as his. Such plain, easy eloquence.
He sounds perfect.
No, he isn't perfect. I must mention something else. He has no money to spare, and that has led him into card playing. He does play for money, and he wins a good deal.
I see.
And yet with all that, I still believe he is one of the most blameless men I ever knew.
I wonder whether he wishes he could leave the card playing alone.
I think he could, if he were to earn a better living.
I will go and hear Mr. Farebrother preach this Sunday.
So Dorothea went to hear Mr. Farebrother preach, and later she was very, very happy to offer him the living at Lowick. Everyone at the parsonage was delighted, and his aunt, Miss Noble, said,
"Now you must set an example.
What example?
You must marry.
But who would have me, Aunt Henrietta? I'm an old fellow now.
40 isn't old, and besides you are very handsome."
But perhaps only my aunt and my mother think so.
Do you know who I wish you would marry?
Who?
Miss Mary Garth.
Ah.
She would make us so lively at Lowick, don't you think?
Mr. Farebrother's aunt was not the only one with Mary Garth in mind. When Mr. Farebrother was packing up his study for the move to Lowick, Fred Vincy came to see him.
Mr. Farebrother, I need to talk to you. In confidence.
Sit down, Fred. Tell me what's on your mind.
I might really go into the church now because I can't see what else to do, but...
But what?
I just don't like it, Mr. Farebrother.
What don't you like about it?
I don't like divinity and preaching and feeling obliged to look serious. I like riding across country and doing as other men do. I don't mean that I want to be a bad fellow in any way. And there is another thing I haven't told you.
And what is that?
As you may already know, there's someone I'm very fond of. Someone I've loved ever since we were children.
You mean Miss Garth?
Yes. She thinks I would be hopeless as a clergyman. But Mary might listen to you if you talk to her about my going into the church.
That is a rather delicate task, my dear Fred. Speaking of the subject as you wish me to do will be like asking her whether she returns your affection.
Oh, but that is what I want to know.
Then ask her yourself.
But she won't tell me.
If I do speak to her, won't she think it a dreadful intrusion?
No, I feel sure she won't. She respects you more than anyone. And she won't make fun of you as she does me.
So later that very day, Mr. Farebrother called on the Garths, where he found Mary in the garden, harvesting peas.
Oh, Mr. Farebrother, I didn't expect to see you today.
Well, Fred Vincy came to see me this morning.
Oh?
And I hope you won't think I'm taking liberties now when I say this.
Oh, on the contrary. Whenever you have anything to say to me, I feel honoured.
Well, Fred has asked me to consult you about going into the church.
I see.
But there is another matter I wish to speak to you about first.
Go on.
Your father told me what happened on the night of Featherstone's death. How you refused to burn the will. And he said you had fretted about it, because you'd been the innocent means of hindering Fred from getting his 10,000.
Yes, that is right.
Well, I have heard something that may comfort you.
What is it?
I learnt that the first will would not have legally stood after the burning of the last. It would have been disputed, and it would almost certainly have been dismissed. So, on that score, you may feel your mind free.
Thank you, Mr. Farebrother. I'm grateful to you for remembering my feelings.
Mr. Farebrother wanted to save Mary from marrying Fred out of a feeling of misplaced guilt.
Now, about Fred.
Yes.
He has opened his heart to me, Miss Garth, and asked me to plead for him. To speak quite plainly, he will not take any course which would lessen the chance that you would consent to be his wife.
I cannot possibly say if I'll ever be his wife, but I certainly never will if he becomes a clergyman. Fred has enough sense to make himself respectable, if he wants to, in some good business or other. But I can't imagine him preaching and pronouncing without feeling I was looking at a caricature.
But if he braved all the difficulties of getting his bread in some other way, will you give him cause to hope?
I think Fred ought not to put such questions until he has done something worthy, rather than only saying he will do it.
Forgive me, Mary, but when a woman's affections touch the happiness of another life, of more lives than one, I think it would be nobler for her to be perfectly open and direct.
A strange idea flashed across her mind, that his words had reference to himself.
Since you think it is my duty, I will tell you that I've too strong a feeling for Fred to give him up for anyone else.
Then I shall ride back to Middlemarch and speak with Fred as soon as possible. God bless you.
Please. Please stay and let me give you some tea.
Mary's eyes were suddenly full of tears for something indefinable. Something like the resolute suppression of pain in Mr. Farebrother's manner.
No, my dear, I must get back.
In a moment, the vicar was on horseback again, having gone magnanimously through a duty much harder than giving up card play. Fred Vincy felt slightly nervous when he received the message that Caleb Garth would like to speak with him.
I don't know if you've heard this already from Mary, but I've recently taken on the management of the estate at Tipton Grange, as well as Freshitt Hall.
Yes.
That means we can have Alfred apprenticed as an engineer after all.
Oh, I'm very glad. I'm heartily glad to hear it.
I thought it would put your mind at rest.
Thank you, Mr. Garth.
And I heard from a reliable source that you're looking for employment.
Yes. Yes, I am.
How would you feel about coming to work for me?
For you?
It's all out and about in the fields. Yeah, there's paperwork too.
But you do think I could do some good at it if I were to try?
So long as you were sure of two things.
What things?
You must love your work, not always be looking over the edge of it, wanting your play to begin. And the other is, you must not be ashamed of your work. I think it would be more honourable to be doing something else.
Mr. Garth, I think you must know what I feel for Mary. I hope it doesn't displease you that I've always loved her better than anyone else.
And Mary? Does she return the feeling?
I believe she does, sir. I asked Mr. Farebrother to intervene on my behalf. She gave me cause to hope, sir.
Well, that makes things more serious, Fred. If you want to take Mary's happiness into your keeping.
But if I came to work for you, sir, I promise I would work hard. I would deserve your good opinion.
But when Fred next called at the Garths, he was not warmly welcomed by Mrs. Garth.
If you're looking for Mary, she's at Lowick, helping the Farebrothers settle into the parsonage.
Oh.
You made a great mistake, Fred, in asking Mr. Farebrother to speak for you.
Did I?
Young people are usually blind to everything but their own wishes and seldom imagine how much those wishes cost others.
I cannot conceive of how my request could be any pain to Mr. Farebrother.
Precisely. You cannot conceive.
Do you mean to say, Mrs. Garth, that Mr. Farebrother is in love with Mary?
And if it were so, Fred, I think you are the last person who ought to be surprised.
Mrs. Garth's feelings were now divided between the satisfaction of telling Fred the truth and the sense of having gone a little too far. Besides this, Fred gave out an unexpected electricity.
Then you think I'm standing in his way and Mary's too?
Mother!
Wait, Letty!
But the dog was chasing the kitten and now it's got stuck up the tree. And it's meowing, the poor thing. Meowing like this. Meow, meow, meow.
Fred's light, hopeful nature had perhaps never been so bruised as it was now.
Fred!
Good afternoon, Mary.
Are you all right?
It is of no use whatever I do, Mary. You are sure to marry Farebrother in the end.
What do you mean, Fred?
It is impossible that you should not see it. You, who see everything.
Where on earth did you get this idea from?
I could work hard for your father and get better at writing and everything if it were not for this.
For this? For what?
This dreadful certainty that I shall be bowled out by Farebrother.
Fred, you are too delightfully ridiculous.
He loves you. I have it on good authority.
Whose authority?
That I cannot say. But you must love him better than me. Because he is better than me.
It was impossible to help fleeting visions of new dignities and an acknowledged value of which he had often felt the absence. But these things with Fred outside them, Fred forsaken and looking sad for the want of her, these things could never truly tempt her.
Fred.
Yes?
It's always been you. It always will be you.
The details of a person's will can reveal unpleasant surprises, as Mrs. Casaubon had so recently discovered. But when Mr. Peter Featherstone unexpectedly left Stone Court to his illegitimate son instead of Fred Vincy, the surprise did not end there. Everyone in Middlemarch had imagined that Joshua Rigg Featherstone would live at Stone Court for the rest of his life. But hardly 15 months later, he sold the property and all its land to the Middlemarch banker, Mr. Bulstrode, who was at this moment strolling the grounds and feeling extremely pleased with himself.
Nick! By Jove, Nick. It's you. I couldn't be mistaken, though. It must be 25 years since I last clapped eyes on you.
Mr. Raffles.
That's it. I knew you wouldn't forget me.
What in heaven's name are you doing here?
Well, this whole place used to belong to a stepson of mine, you see.
To Mr. Rigg?
Mr. Rigg, that's it. And then I heard recently that he'd sold it to a Mr. Bulstrode. Mr. Bulstrode, I said. Can it be my old friend Nick they're talking about?
If I remember rightly, our acquaintance many years ago had not the sort of intimacy which you are now assuming, Mr. Raffles.
Oh. You don't like me calling you Nick?
May I ask why you returned from America?
You certainly may ask.
I considered that the strong wish you expressed to go there, if I gave you an adequate sum, meant you planned to stay there forever.
Oh, I did stay for 10 years, but then, well, it didn't suit me to stay any longer. So I came back here and married Mr. Riggs's mother. But she's long dead now.
I see.
And the boy was not an affectionate child. Not at all.
And now, what do you do?
I don't care about working anymore. I'm not so strong as I was, Nick. Though I've got more colour than you. I want an independence.
An independence?
That's right.
Well, that could be supplied if you agreed to keep a distance.
Oh, well, I see no reason why I shouldn't make a few acquaintances while I'm here. I'm not ashamed of myself. I shall do you credit among your fancy friends, I do believe.
If you intend to rely on me in any way, Mr. Raffles, you will expect to meet my wishes.
Oh, didn't I always meet your wishes before? Even when I might have done better in telling that old woman that I'd found her daughter and her grandchild.
You must not speak about that to anyone.
I expect the old woman is dead and buried now.
She is.
And you've got her fortune?
Mr. Raffles, although I am not in any way bound to you, I'm willing to supply you with a regular annuity, so long as you fulfill a promise to remain at a distance from this neighbourhood.
I'll tell you what, give us a couple of hundred and I'll leave you be for tonight. But I shall not give my freedom up for a dirty annuity. I shall come and go as I please. Have you the money with you?
I can give you 100 now if you'll be on your way. I can send you another 100 if you let me know where you're staying.
You know...
What?
I did have another look for the daughter again.
Did you?
I didn't find her, but I found out her husband's name, and I made a note of it. But then I lost my pocketbook. If I hear of her and her family, you shall know, Nick. Are you still godly?
Yes.
Oh, doubtless you'd like to do something for her now she's your stepdaughter.
Doubtless. But then that might reduce my power of assisting you.
Later, as Mr. Raffles walked along the Lowick Road with the £100 in his pocket, he thought to himself,
It began with an L. It was almost all L's, I fancy.
But the hold was too slight. He soon got tired of this mental chase and gave in to the lure of the Blue Bull Inn.
Another beer, sir.
Another beer?
Ladislaw.
Sorry?
His name was Ladislaw.
Who was Ladislaw?
Do you have a pencil, sir?
A pencil?
I must write it down. I must write it down immediately. Ladislaw.
There in the Blue Bull Inn, an action of memory which Raffles had tried to set going and had abandoned in despair had suddenly completed itself without conscious effort. A common experience, agreeable as a completed sneeze.
Mr. Ladislaw?
Mr. Bulstrode?
Forgive me for intruding on your work.
Will Ladislaw was not surprised to find the banker, Mr. Bulstrode, at his door, since Mr. Bulstrode was now the new owner of the Pioneer. Mr. Brooke having given up the whole enterprise, along with his intention to stand for Parliament, as abruptly, in fact, as he had begun.
What can I do for you?
You know about paintings, don't you?
Yes, a little.
There's an auction this afternoon out on the London Road. My wife has set her heart on Supper at Emmaus.
Supper at Emmaus?
It's a painting in the catalogue. Forgive me for asking, but I have no idea if the painting is good quality, and I wondered if you would take a look at it and indeed bid under my name, if you feel it is worth buying. I realise, of course, that this isn't strictly within your remit as editor of the Pioneer, but the auction might be entertaining enough, and it's a very pleasant day.
Indeed. All right, yes. I'd be happy to go.
Thank you, Mr. Ladislaw.
Bulstrode had heard nothing more from Raffles since that evening at Stone Court, but this nightmare encounter had not left his mind, and he lived in permanent dread of Raffles' reappearance.
Now, ladies, I shall appeal to you. Look at this fender.
It was some time before the supper at Emmaus was brought forward.
Mr. Ladislaw, now I believe this one interests you as a connoisseur. Yes, turn it towards Mr. Ladislaw a little. Mr. Ladislaw, having been abroad, understands the merit of these things.
All eyes turned towards Will for a moment, who said coolly,
£5.
£5? The frame alone is worth that. Suppose it should be discovered hereafter that a gem of art has been amongst us in this town, and nobody in Middlemarch had realised it.
6 guineas.
6 guineas. I have 6 guineas. 7 guineas.
The bidding was brisk, but Will won the painting for £10. It was then that he noticed a man staring at him, shabby-looking, clad in black. Meeting Will's eyes was enough encouragement for the man to approach him.
Congratulations, Mr. Ladislaw.
Painting is not for me, it's for my employer's wife.
May I ask you something?
What?
Was your mother's name Sarah Dunkirk?
Yes, sir, it was. And what is that to you?
I meant no offence, my good sir, no offence. I did know your mother when she was a girl. I knew your father, too. Is your mother still alive, sir?
No, she isn't.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Do I know you?
No, but I know you.
Who are you?
My name is John Raffles.
Raffles?
I've been abroad myself, sir. I've seen the world. I used to parlez-vous a little. It was at Boulogne I saw your father, but your father was very ill when I saw him.
Who are you?
I know the reason she ran away.
You know nothing dishonourable of her, sir.
Indeed, I do not. She was too honourable, that was the thing. No, she ran away from her family because they were not. They ran a receiving house, stolen goods.
I see.
But your mother, bless her soul, Sarah, knew nothing about it when she was young. She was a dashing young lady, educated at boarding school, and when she found out the truth, that's when she ran. What do you say, Mr. Ladislaw? Shall we go to the Blue Bull and have a glass and discuss this matter further?
No. I must say good day.
Will Ladislaw walked a long while on the Lowick Road away from the town. Well, his mother had braved hardship to separate herself from this ugliness, and how was he worse off for knowing the truth? But if Dorothea's friends had known this story, they would have it confirmed that he wasn't fit to come near her.
There's a gentleman here to see you, sir. Says he's a friend of yours. His name is Mr. Raffles. Do you know him, sir?
Yes. Yes, allow him in.
Just through this way, sir.
I would very much prefer, Mr. Raffles, that you did not call on me here at the bank.
But I have news, Nick. I found him, and turns out he was right under your nose.
There were hours in which Bulstrode felt that his action was unrighteous. But how could he go back? His belief in these moments of dread was that if he spontaneously did something right, God would save him from the consequences of wrongdoing.
Mr. Ladislaw, please be seated.
Thank you.
Now, I have a very private communication to make to you, Mr. Ladislaw. We have a historical connection, which has recently been revealed to me. Did you know anything of this?
No. Indeed, nothing.
I am told that your mother's name was Sarah Dunkirk, and that she ran away from her family to go on the stage.
That is correct.
And also that your father was at one time much emaciated by illness.
That is also correct.
Do you know any particulars of your mother's family?
No. She never liked to speak of them. She was a very generous, honourable woman.
I do not wish to allege anything against her. Did she ever mention her mother to you at all?
She said that her poor mother never knew the reason that she ran away.
That mother, your grandmother, became my wife. My first wife. I mean.
I see.
You have a claim on me, Mr. Ladislaw. Not a legal claim, but one which my conscience recognises. I was enriched by that marriage, something which would probably not have happened if your grandmother could have discovered her daughter. And that daughter, I gather, is no longer living.
No.
Please, stay seated. I know you are without fortune, and I wish to remedy that. What do you say, Mr. Ladislaw?
I am imagining at this moment that you did know of my mother's existence and you chose not to tell my grandmother.
I will not deny it, but I am ready to narrow my own resources, to allow you £500 yearly during my life, and to leave you a proportional capital at my death.
Before I make any reply, I must beg you to answer this. Were you connected with the business by which that fortune was originally made?
Yes.
And was that business a thoroughly dishonourable one?
The business was established before I became connected with it, sir. Nor is it for you to ask such a question.
Yes, it is. Of course it is. When I have to decide whether to accept the money. My unblemished honour is important to me. In fact, it's all I have. But thank you for keeping the money till now, when I can refuse it. Good night, sir.
No.
It was the first time Mr. Bulstrode had encountered an open expression of scorn from any man higher than Raffles. When Will was gone, he wept like a woman. As one season gave way to another, Mr. Bulstrode was living in constant fear of what Mr. Raffles might reveal to the world about his past, and Dr. Lydgate was living in fear of his future.
I wish you would talk more to your cousin at dinner, Tertius. You look so absent sometimes. You seem to be seeing through his head rather than looking at him.
My dear Rosie, you surely don't expect me to talk much to such a conceited ass as that. If he got his head broken, I might look at it with interest, but not before.
I cannot understand why you speak about your cousin that way.
Well, ask Ladislaw if he doesn't think my cousin the greatest bore that he ever met. Ladislaw has almost forsaken the house since he came.
Rosamond thought she knew perfectly well why Mr. Ladislaw disliked Captain Lydgate. He was jealous, and she liked him being jealous.
Well, in my opinion, he is a thorough gentleman, and I think you ought not, out of respect to Sir Godwin, treat him with neglect.
No, of course not. But we feed him dinner every night. What more does he want?
All I am saying is that when he is in the room, you might show him a little more attention. He may not be a phoenix of cleverness in your sense, but I think his conversation is perfectly agreeable.
The fact is that you wish I was a little more like him, don't you?
Lydgate had come a long way from his old dreamland, in which Rosamond appeared to be that perfect piece of womanhood.
What?
Nothing. I felt the baby moving.
Really?
All is well, Tertius. Do not fret.
But all was not well when Lydgate discovered that Rosamond had been out riding with Captain Lydgate in her current condition.
You needn't make such a fuss. No harm was done.
Fortunately, no, it wasn't.
I don't believe that riding is nearly as dangerous as you think it is.
If it were the quietest, most familiar horse in the world, there would always be a chance of accident.
But there is always a chance of accident indoors too, Tertius.
My darling, don't talk nonsense, please. Surely I am the person to judge for you. I think it is enough to say you are not to go again. I shall tell the captain that he ought to have known better than to offer you that horse.
Oh, no, please, don't, Tertius. It will be treating me as if I'm a child. Promise you will leave the subject to me.
Very well.
So the discussion ended with his promising Rosamond and not with her promising him. And she was determined to go riding again with Captain Lydgate by her side. But on this second occasion, she was not so lucky as the first. Her horse was startled by the felling of a tree, leading to the loss of her baby.
Oh, my poor darling.
But in all future conversations on the subject, Rosamond was certain that the ride had made no difference at all, and Lydgate was secretly amazed by the tenacity of this apparently mild creature, and he had a growing sense of his powerlessness over her.
Do you know, I heard the most extraordinary thing today.
What was that?
Fred called here and told me all about it.
All about what?
That Mr. Casaubon, before he died, made a codicil that if Mrs. Casaubon should remarry a certain gentleman, that she would forfeit Lowick Manor and all its land.
I see.
You don't look at all surprised.
And take care you don't repeat any of this to Ladislaw. He's likely to take it as a great insult.
I think it's incredibly romantic.
Do you?
Don't you?
It was some months since the loss of the baby, and Rosamond was now in good health and looking lovelier than ever. Lydgate, relieved from anxiety about her, relapsed into anxiety about something else, namely his financial worries, which were in crisis.
Hello, Rosamond.
Have you dined, Tertius? I expected you much earlier.
Yeah, I have dined. I ate at the hospital. Please.
What is it?
I have some serious business to speak about.
Oh?
I am obliged to tell you what will hurt you, Rosie, but it cannot be avoided any longer.
What has happened?
I dare say it has occurred to you that I am short of money.
No such thing had in fact occurred to her.
I was not able to pay for all the things we had to get before we were married, and there have been expenses since which I have been obliged to meet. The consequence is that there is a large debt. £380. I took pains to keep it from you while you were not well, but now we must think together about it, and you must help me.
But what can I do, Tertius?
A man must come to the house tomorrow to make an inventory of the furniture. He won't take anything away, it is simply to provide a security.
Have you not asked Papa for the money?
No.
Then I must ask...
No, Rosie, it's too late for that. Remember, this inventory is only a security. It will make no difference. It is a temporary affair. Try not to grieve, darling. It is I who have been at fault. I ought to have seen that I could not afford to live in this way. But the practice is at a low ebb. It may recover, but in the meantime we must change our way of living. We shall weather it.
Can't you put off having the inventory made?
It is all arranged, Rosie.
Well, you could send the men away when they come.
But what would be the point of that?
Or we could simply leave Middlemarch.
We are not going to leave Middlemarch.
But I am sure, Tertius, that it would be much better if we did. Why can't we go to London?
We can go nowhere without money.
Rosamond sat perfectly still. The thought was in her mind that if she'd known how Lydgate would behave, she would never have married him.
We have no time to waste. Dover says he will take back a good deal of the plates and any of the jewellery we like.
Are we to go without spoons and forks, then?
No, of course not, but look here. I have marked a number of articles that if we returned them would reduce the debt by £30 or more. So far I have not marked any of the jewellery.
It is useless for me to look. Return whatever you please.
Where are you going?
In a moment she had left the room, but she quickly returned.
This is all the jewellery you ever gave me. You can return what you like of it. You won't, of course, expect me to stay at home tomorrow. I shall go to Papa's.
And when shall you come back again?
Oh, in the evening. I shall not mention the subject to Mamma.
I shall not touch these jewels, Rosie. Take them away again.
Rosamond was convinced that no woman could have behaved more irreproachably than she.
Will Ladislaw.
Mrs. Lydgate, how are you?
Very well.
You have not been to the house all summer.
No, I have been busy with the Pioneer and its new owner.
I heard something very interesting from my brother Fred about you.
What was that?
It concerned Mrs. Casaubon.
What about Mrs. Casaubon?
Don't pretend you don't know. I think it is really the most charming romance. Mr. Casaubon jealous, and foreseeing there was no one else whom Mrs. Casaubon would so much like to marry, and no one else who would so much like to marry her as a certain gentleman, and then laying a plan to spoil it all by making her forfeit her property if she did marry that gentleman, and then... Oh, well, who knows? I have no doubt the end will be thoroughly romantic.
Good God, what are you talking of?
Mr. Casaubon made a codicil in his will that if Mrs. Casaubon marries you, she has to forfeit all her property.
How did you discover this?
My brother Fred heard it from the Farebrother ladies who heard it from a servant.
It is a foul insult to her and to me.
But I dare say she likes you better than the property.
Please, never speak to me of this again.
Why are you angry with me? You ought to be obliged to me for telling you.
So I am.
I expect to hear of the marriage by and by.
Never. You will never hear of the marriage. Good day to you.
When Will was gone, Rosamond was struck by a combination of jealousy and dreariness. And when Tertius came home, he would want to scold her about expenses again. As for Will Ladislaw, since this latest hideous revelation, he had resolved to quit Middlemarch for good. With this end in mind, he had gone to the Grange to recover some things he had left there.
Dorothea.
Hello, Will.
I did not expect to see you here.
My uncle asked me to see to a few things at the house while he's away. It's very nice to see you.
I am very glad to see you too. Because I wanted to see you before I left Middlemarch.
You're leaving?
Yes. As soon as possible.
But why?
I have been grossly insulted in your eyes and in the eyes of others. And I wish you to know that under no circumstances would I have sought money under the pretext of seeking something else. And there was no need of a safeguard against me.
So you know about the codicil?
Yes.
It would be very unkind of you to suppose that I myself ever attributed any meanness to you.
At this moment she had no belief that Will would in any case have wanted to marry her, and she feared using words which might imply such a belief.
Do you honestly suppose that I ever disbelieved in you?
No.
I am quite sure that no safeguard was ever needed against you.
Well, anyway, I cannot stay now.
Because of this?
This and the fact that since your uncle sold the Pioneer, well, it's not the same newspaper now that Mr. Bulstrode is in charge. There are other reasons too, but which I cannot discuss.
I see.
What could he say, since all he had in his mind was the passionate love for her, which he would not allow himself to speak of? And what could she say, since she was forced to keep the money that ought to have been his?
What shall you do in life?
I shall work away at the first thing that offers itself. I suppose one gets used to doing without happiness or hope.
Oh, what sad words.
Forgive me my honesty.
We were always alike in speaking too strongly.
I have not spoken too strongly now. What I care for, more than I can ever care for anything else, is absolutely forbidden to me. I don't mean merely out of my reach, but forbidden, even if it were within my reach, by my own pride and honour, by everything I respect myself for.
Will paused, imagining that it would be impossible for Dorothea to misunderstand this, and thinking that it could not fairly be called wooing to tell a woman he would never woo her, although it must be admitted to being a ghostly kind of wooing. Yet Dorothea did misunderstand. She assumed he was referring to Mrs. Lydgate.
You have acted rightly in every way.
Is that right?
What? What's wrong?
Nothing. I should go.
I have never done you injustice. Please remember me.
Why should you say that? As if I were not in danger of forgetting everything else.
It was all one flash to Dorothea. His last words, his distant bow, the sense that he was no longer there. She sank into a chair, and for a moment was like a statue. She drew a deep breath and felt her strength return. It was her whom Will loved. It was her whom he was renouncing.
In Middlemarch by George Eliot, Dorothea was played by Olivia Vinall, Will Ladislaw by Joseph Quinn, Dr. Lydgate, John Heffernan, Rosamond, Laura Christy, Mr. Bulstrode, Adrian Scarborough, and Mrs. Bulstrode, Rosie Cavaliero. Reverend Farebrother was played by Miles Jupp, Sir James Chettam by Hugh Skinner, Celia, Lucy Reynolds, Mr. Brooke and Mr. Garth, Neil McCaul, Fred Vincy, Will Kirk, Mary Garth and Tantrip, Scarlett Courtney, and Letty Garth, Grace Doherty. Raffles was played by Clive Hayward, Mr. Vincy by Rick Warden, Mrs. Vincy, Heather Craney, Mrs. Plymdale, Jessica Turner, Mrs. Abel, Sinead McInnes, Dr. Hawley, Greg Jones, and Hopkins, Icky Elias. The narrator, George Eliot, was Juliet Aubrey. Middlemarch was adapted by Katie Hims and directed by Tracy Neal. Middlemarch by George Eliot, adapted by Katie Hims.
And so we return to Middlemarch for one last time, to listen to the stealthy convergence of human lots, the interweaving and the unravelling. Most recently we heard that Dorothea Brooke and Will Ladislaw were parting forever. But there is another Middlemarch couple who are further apart than Dorothea and Will could ever be.
Did you hear that Ned Plymdale is to be married to Miss Sophie Toller?
Everyone has heard that.
They will be rich.
Yes.
I feel sure that they would take this house from us.
Take the house?
I'm sorry, Rosie. I know that this is painful.
I would never have believed you could act in this way.
Rosamond, we have no choice.
Of course we have a choice.
And what is that?
To leave Middlemarch altogether.
But we would be just as penniless anywhere else as we are here.
You know, if we really are to be penniless, then it will be entirely your own doing.
What do you want me to do, Rosamond?
Speak to Sir Godwin.
Speaking to Sir Godwin would not save us.
Of course it would. He was very kind to me when we were at Quallingham, and I'm sure if you showed him the proper regard and told him your affairs, he would do anything for you. But instead, you want to give up our house to Ned Plymdale.
Later that very morning, quite by chance, Mrs. Rosamond Lydgate met Ned Plymdale's mother in Middlemarch High Street.
Congratulations to you, Mrs. Plymdale.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Lydgate. Ned is very happy, I must say, and Sophie is all I could desire in a daughter-in-law.
I have always thought her very agreeable.
Well, she has no airs, no pretensions, but neither has Ned.
Ned had at one time wished to marry Rosamond, and Mrs. Plymdale wondered if Rosamond might now have glimpsed her own folly in rejecting him.
And what house will they take?
Oh, they must take whatever they can find. They've been looking at the house on St. Peter's Place, and I suppose they aren't likely to hear of something better.
I should think it is a nice house.
Yes, it isn't bad.
I like St. Peter's Place.
Oh, but the windows are very narrow. Consequently, the rooms are not particularly light.
Well, congratulations to them both. And to you, of course.
Oh, you don't happen to know of anything else, Mrs. Lydgate?
Rumours of Lydgate's financial difficulties had begun to ripple through Middlemarch.
Anything else?
Well, another house.
Oh.
Something that might be available, or about to become available?
Oh, no. No, I hear so little of these things.
Rosamond reasoned to herself that she must act according to her judgment, that her judgment was right, and that if it hadn't been right, she would never have wished to act on it. Consequently, she returned home via the estate agent, Mr. Trumble's office.
Mrs. Lydgate.
Mr. Trumbull.
Oh, please, now take a seat.
Did my husband see you this morning to discuss disposing of our house?
Yes, ma'am, yes, he did, and I was about to fulfil his order this afternoon.
Well, I called to tell you not to go any further, Mr. Trumbull, and I beg you not to mention what has been said on the subject.
Oh, well, certainly, Mrs. Lydgate, certainly.
I discovered earlier today that Mr. Ned Plymdale has already taken a house, the one in St. Peter's Place, and besides that there are other circumstances which render the proposal unnecessary.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that. Delighted. Consider the matter concluded.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbull.
The next evening, Lydgate was a little comforted that Rosamond seemed happier than she had been. In fact, he was so much cheered that he began to think about his work again.
What are you reading?
Oh, I was just looking something up, Rosie. An account of experiments.
By the way, Ned Plymdale has taken a house already.
What did you say?
Ned has already taken a house.
How do you know that?
I met Mrs. Plymdale in the street this morning, and she told me that he had taken a house on St. Peter's Place.
It was as if Lydgate had opened a door out of a suffocating place and found it walled up. Banker and philanthropist Mr. Bulstrode was suffering from a similar feeling of claustrophobia.
My health is not good. Not good at all. And I'm considering a move to the coast. My plans aren't settled yet, Mr. Garth. Nothing is settled yet. But I wanted to talk to you about the management of Stone Court.
I see.
I would, of course, wish to retain my hold on the stock. I do not wish to sell it, or indeed the house.
Then you should let the land and the stock yearly and take a proportionate share of the proceeds.
Do you think you could find me a trustworthy tenant on these terms, Mr. Garth?
Oh, no doubt about it.
And perhaps if I paid you a yearly fee, you could keep an eye on things. See that they were being done properly.
Well, I've recently taken on the estate at Tipton Grange, as well as Freshitt Hall, but...
Well, there's no need to give me an answer now.
Actually, I've just had a thought.
What is that?
What would you say to Fred Vincy being your tenant?
Oh, well...
on the understanding that I would oversee him.
Bulstrode had no great interest in his nephew's future, but he was very keen to secure Caleb Garth's services rather than go to a less conscientious man.
Yes, all right. Well, let's say yes. If I do quit the area, then Fred can be the new tenant of Stone Court. But my health may improve. It may still improve.
In truth, it was not Bulstrode's health that threatened to drive him from Middlemarch. It was his past. Meanwhile, the next morning, there was another unexpected blow in store for Lydgate.
Rosamond?
Yes?
I have a letter here from my uncle. I shall read it to you. Dear Tertius, don't set your wife to write to me when you have anything to ask. It is a roundabout, wheedling way to do things, and I would have thought it beneath you. As to my supplying you with £1,000, I can do nothing of the sort. And so it goes on. Will this be enough to convince you of the harm you do by secret meddling? Do you see how your ignorant incompetence has only made things worse?
I am not accustomed to being spoken to in this way.
In what way?
You have spoken of my secret meddling, my ignorance and incompetence. I have never expressed myself in that way to you, and I think you ought to apologise.
I apologise to you?
Yes. I think you might have expected that I should try to avert some of the hardship which our marriage has brought on me. I have only wished to prevent you from rushing us into wretchedness.
In the British climate, there is no incompatibility between scientific insight and plainly furnished lodgings. The incompatibility is chiefly between scientific ambition and a wife who objects to that kind of residence. And so Lydgate found himself meeting with his chief patron, Mr. Bulstrode, and contemplating what had previously been unthinkable.
I believe the hospital is well prepared for any outbreak of cholera.
Excellent, excellent.
Of course one hopes that the disease will not reach Middlemarch, but if it does, we shall be ready.
There was something I wanted to discuss besides cholera.
Yes, I have some other business also.
Well, as you know, Dr. Lydgate, I've been rather unwell myself these past few months. And I've been considering a change of residence. In fact, I'm thinking of moving to the coast.
The coast?
Yes, yes. Is that something you would recommend as my physician?
Living by the sea can have some advantages to one's health.
I'm only contemplating the idea. But should I decide to leave the area, I would, of course, cease to have any share in managing the hospital.
And your financial contribution would cease also?
Yes. Yes, it would.
Then the hospital would have to close?
No, but you would need to amalgamate.
With the old infirmary?
Yes, so the new hospital would become an addition to the older one, and the medical management and the funding could be combined.
But I am not popular with the other medical men. They will object to my methods.
I realise it is not what we had planned, but we must be flexible, adaptable in these changing times. However, if Mrs. Casaubon would agree to take my place in relation to the hospital, then you may still be able to keep the two institutions separate.
Have you spoken to Mrs. Casaubon?
Yes, I have, but she wanted time to think about it.
I suppose then that I might be free to speak to her myself.
Yes, indeed. But she is away at the moment, looking at some land in Yorkshire.
I'm much obliged to you for giving me full notice.
So, well, I think that's all our business for today.
Actually, there is another matter.
Oh, yes? What was that?
I must speak frankly. I have slipped into money difficulties.
I see.
Now, I'm afraid I can see no way out of my current predicament unless someone who trusts me and trusts my future will advance me a loan. At this moment, it would take £1,000 to clear me.
I am grieved, though I confess not surprised to hear this. For my own part, I always regretted your alliance with my brother-in-law's family. I suggest you declare yourself bankrupt. Come in.
Mr. Garth is waiting to see you, sir. When you're ready.
Excuse me, Dr. Lydgate.
Yes. Of course. Mr. Garth?
Dr. Lydgate. I'm sorry to trouble you unexpectedly, Mr. Bulstrode.
Please, take a seat.
No, I won't. I won't sit down. I've just been at Stone Court to estimate the yearly rent, as you requested.
Well, you found nothing wrong there, I hope.
I found a stranger there.
A stranger?
He tells me his name is Raffles. He is, very ill. I think you must send a doctor.
Yes. Yes. Perhaps you will oblige me by leaving a message with Dr. Lydgate on your way home.
Of course. I can probably catch him if I follow him now.
Yes, all right. And I will ride to Stone Court.
I think that would be best.
Poor, wretched man.
But I wish to say, Mr. Bulstrode.
Yes?
I must request that you put your business in some other hands than mine. I'm very grateful, of course, but I'm afraid I must give it up.
I fear you've been affected by something Mr. Raffles has said to you.
I can't deny that I am acting on what I heard, yes.
But you wouldn't wish to injure me by believing slander?
I would injure no man, if I could help it. But, sir, I'm obliged to believe that he's told me the truth. And I can't be happy working with you or profiting by you. It hurts my mind.
Very well, Mr. Garth, but I must at least know the worst he has told you, so I can defend myself.
There's no need for that. No need. If you led a harmful life for gain and kept others out of their rights by deceit to get more for yourself, I dare say that you repent. You'd like to go back, and you can't, and that must be a bitter thing. It's not for me to make your life harder.
But you do. You do make it harder by turning your back on me.
I am forced to do that.
But why?
Because I have that feeling inside me that I can't go on working for you. It hurts my mind. That is all I can say, Mr. Bulstrode. I wish you good day.
It was as if Bulstrode had had a loathsome dream and could not shake off its images with all their hateful sensations. As if on all the pleasant surroundings of his life, a dangerous reptile had left its slimy traces. When Mr. Bulstrode arrived at Stone Court, the housekeeper rushed out to greet him.
Oh, Mr. Bulstrode. Mr. Bulstrode, I'm so glad you've come.
Mrs. Abel?
He is so ill and wild. He talks, but he makes no sense.
Dr. Lydgate is on his way. Where is the patient?
In the Great Hall.
Thank you, Mrs. Abel. You can leave him with me.
Thank you, sir.
Bulstrode's heart fluttered at the possibility that he might be freed from all danger of disgrace. He knew that he ought to say, "Thy will be done," but the intense desire remained that the will of God might be the death of this hated man.
Who are you? Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you want? It's Mr. Bulstrode.
Mr. Bulstrode?
Yes.
Mr. Bulstrode. I only came here because I was robbed. I was robbed.
I see.
And someone is hunting me. Somebody is after me.
Who is after you?
I don't know who it is, but I've not told no one. Nothing, not a word.
All right.
I've told no one, nothing.
It's all right, Mr. Raffles. Calm yourself.
As God is my witness.
Bulstrode's heart sank at this sign that he could get no grasp over the wretched man's mind. When Lydgate had thoroughly examined and considered the patient, he ordered him to bed.
Is it a serious case?
Yes.
I thought so.
And no.
Oh?
Mr. Raffles had a robust constitution to begin with. I should not expect this attack to be fatal.
I see.
But he should be closely watched.
I will remain here myself, then.
Well, I'm sure Mrs. Abel is perfectly capable.
Mrs. Abel is hardly paid for such services. And I have more than once stayed here a few nights, for the sake of seclusion. I'm perfectly happy to do that now.
Well, very well. Then I shall give my directions only to you. If Raffles calls for alcohol of any sort, he must not be given it.
On returning home that evening, Lydgate found that his creditors had put a man in the house, and that Rosamond was lying upstairs on the bed, crying.
Forgive me for this misery. Poor Rosie.
Everyone will know now.
It will be all right. It will be all right, so long as we love each other.
It was nearly the middle of the next day before Lydgate arrived again at Stone Court. His bruised and shattered looks did not go unnoticed by Bulstrode.
How is Mr. Raffles?
I believe he's worse. He's eaten nothing, and he's been raving nonsense.
After Lydgate had examined the patient, he asked Bulstrode,
Are you going to stay here again tonight?
I think I should.
I believe he would benefit from very moderate doses of opium at regular intervals, but no alcohol.
Do you think there's any chance of recovery?
Yes, I think there is a good deal of strength in him yet.
You don't look well yourself, Dr. Lydgate. I fear you are harassed.
Yes, I am, but no matter.
You know, I have been reconsidering your request.
Really?
My wife is anxious for her niece, and while claims on me are numerous, I think I should incur a small sacrifice, rather than see you go unaided. I think you said that £1,000 would suffice.
Yes. That would pay all my debts and leave me a little to spare. I could set about economising, and by my practice might look up.
In that moment it appeared very natural to Lydgate that Mr. Bulstrode should have changed his mind. But on his way home, he had time to reflect how much his circumstances had changed. That he should be overjoyed at being under a strong personal obligation to someone like Bulstrode, he who had always been so proud of independence. As for Bulstrode, there was a strange, piteous conflict in the soul of this unhappy man. The thought of Raffles recovering, how could Bulstrode wish for that? So he prayed indirectly for release. Release from this threat of disgrace as an instrument of God's service.
Give me a drink.
Sleep, Mr. Raffles. Sleep.
I'm sinking, I tell you.
At 6 o'clock that evening, Bulstrode called in the housekeeper.
Mrs. Abel.
Yes, sir.
I am weary.
Of course.
I find myself unable to watch the patient again tonight. If I explained Dr. Lydgate's instructions, would you be willing to sit with the patient tonight?
Yes, sir. Of course.
Unless there is any important change, I shall not come into this room again tonight.
Very good, sir.
I must go to bed.
The patient's raving had taken on a muttering incoherence, and Bulstrode went away now without anxiety as to what he might say. But was Raffles dying? Was he? Half an hour later, Mrs. Abel knocked on his door.
Mr. Bulstrode. Mr. Bulstrode, sir.
Yes?
If you please, sir, should I have no brandy or nothing to give the poor creature?
Just a moment. Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to bother you.
That's all right.
It's just he says he is sinking, and he won't swallow anything else. And he says more and more that he's sinking down through the earth. When I nursed my previous master, I had to give him port wine and brandy, a big glass at a time. Mr. Bulstrode?
Wait there.
It doesn't seem like the time to be sparing. When people are at death's door.
Here's the key for the wine cellar. You'll find plenty of brandy in there.
Thank you. You're very good.
The next morning, when Lydgate arrived at Stone Court, John Raffles was clearly dying.
When did this change begin?
I didn't watch him last night. I was overworn and left him under Mrs. Abel's care. When I came in before 8, he was in the state you see now.
Lydgate felt uneasy. He hadn't expected the case to end this way. And yet it seemed impossible to question Bulstrode without appearing to insult him.
It's all over.
What's all over?
Mr. Raffles' life.
Oh.
He's gone.
There seemed to be no use implying that somebody's ignorance had killed Mr. Raffles. And besides, Lydgate may simply have been wrong. 5 days later, a horse dealer named Mr. Bambridge and an undertaker named Mr. Hopkins were drinking a beer in the Green Dragon and discussing the forthcoming railway.
Bulstrode was hoping he would cut across Stone Court. He could make some money from it.
No doubt.
That reminds me.
What?
I heard a fine story about Bulstrode not long ago. Do you know how he came by his fortune?
No idea.
Well, I met a fella at Bilkley who said he could tap Bulstrode for any amount he asked for because he knows Bulstrode's darkest secrets. His name was what was it? Raffles.
Raffles? I furnished his funeral yesterday.
How did he die?
The housekeeper at Stone Court said he was Bulstrode's relation. That he arrived there ill on Friday. And after Dr. Lydgate arrived, he only got worse.
Lydgate?
So, what was it that Mr. Raffles said to you?
This gossip about Mr. Bulstrode's past began to spread like wildfire, and the blaze threatened to engulf Lydgate too. At the same time, the first cholera case in Middlemarch was discovered. An urgent sanitary meeting was soon held at the town hall.
Farebrother, how are you?
Not too bad, thank you, Lydgate. And you?
Yes, better, thank you. Much better. My financial situation has greatly improved since we last spoke.
Yes.
Oh, you heard already?
Yes.
Mr. Bulstrode has been very generous.
I'm very glad.
In fact, the Reverend Farebrother was not entirely glad. He felt a deep unease at his friend's new dependence.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bulstrode.
Dr. Lydgate. Mr. Farebrother.
Mr. Bulstrode.
Alarming news.
Alarming news?
About the cholera case.
Oh, yes, indeed, indeed. We are well prepared. Shall we take a seat?
It was as they sat down that Lydgate noticed a peculiar exchange of glances amongst the men sitting opposite. But it was the officious character of Dr. Hawley who made the situation perfectly clear.
Before we begin our meeting, I have an announcement to make. I believe that I speak on behalf of all of our members when I say this. It is our united sentiment that Mr. Bulstrode should be called upon to resign from his public positions, not simply as a taxpayer, but as a gentleman among gentlemen. I don't say that Mr. Bulstrode has been guilty of shameful acts, but I call upon him publicly to deny the scandalous statements made against him by a man now dead and who died in his house. What do you say, Mr. Bulstrode? Can you deny that for many years you were engaged in nefarious practices and that you won your fortune by dishonest procedures?
Dr. Hawley.
Yes?
Dr. Hawley, I ask you this. Who shall be my accuser? Not men whose own lives are unchristian, even scandalous. Men whose own professions are not honourable, who have been spending their income on their own pleasure, while I have been devoting mine to advancing the spiritual life of myself and others.
Sir! Sir! If you are referring to me or any of these other gentlemen present, we do not maintain thieves or cheat offspring of their due inheritance while setting ourselves up as saintly killjoys.
Mr. Brooke, uncle of Dorothea, a gentleman we haven't encountered for some time now, felt obliged to intervene.
May I speak, Dr. Hawley? May I speak?
Certainly, Mr. Brooke.
Perhaps it would be best, Mr. Bulstrode, if you quit the room. Perhaps it would be best. Politics.
After a moment's hesitation, Bulstrode took his hat from the floor and slowly rose. Then he faltered. From pure compassion, Lydgate could not let this shaking, trembling man fall over, although he knew how the rest of the room would view his gesture. He was convinced now that Bulstrode had given him £1,000 as a bribe, and that the whole town was convinced of it too.
Well, Mr. Farebrother, this is a bad business. This is a very bad business.
It certainly is.
I would not have believed it of Dr. Lydgate.
Bulstrode, yes.
Still, we do not know the facts, Mr. Brooke.
No, we do not know the facts. But how it looks is very bad.
After the meeting at the town hall, Mr. Brooke gave Mr. Farebrother a ride to Lowick Manor to see Mrs. Casaubon, who had only recently returned from her trip to Yorkshire.
But you don't believe it, do you, Uncle?
Well, I don't know what to believe.
Mr. Farebrother, you don't believe that Dr. Lydgate is guilty of anything base, do you?
No. No, at least I hope not.
You hope not?
He was under a great deal of pressure, financially.
But he would never lower himself in this way.
We don't know that, Dorothea.
Then let us find out the truth and clear him.
But Dorothea, you can't undertake to manage a man's life for him in that way.
If Lydgate can clear himself, he will.
It's a delicate matter. How can we begin to look into it?
I will ask him.
My dear, you cannot simply ask him outright.
Why? Why can't I?
Perhaps if Mr. Farebrother approached the matter.
Yes.
I confess I dread the thought of discussing it with Lydgate.
But don't you want to be the one person who believes in this poor man's innocence? There is a man's character to speak for him.
But Mrs. Casaubon, character is not cut in marble. It bends with circumstance.
Well, I am not afraid of asking Dr. Lydgate to tell me the truth. People glorify all sorts of bravery, except the sort of bravery they might show on behalf of their nearest neighbours.
Well, it's true that a woman may perhaps speak her mind in a way which would hardly succeed if a man did the same thing.
So you think I could speak to him?
No, no, my dear. I must advise against it. And I'm sure Sir James would advise against it too. It is easy to go too far, you know? Too far.
Perhaps you're right, Mr. Brooke. Perhaps we must simply wait.
And what of Bulstrode? When Lydgate had brought him home ill from the meeting at the town hall, Mrs. Bulstrode felt sure that something had happened. She decided to visit her brother, Middlemarch Mayor Mr. Vincy, at his warehouse.
God help you, Harriet. You know all.
I know nothing, Walter. I know nothing at all. What is it?
And so he told her.
But is it true? Is it all true?
People will talk. Even if a man has been acquitted by a jury, they'll talk and wink and nod. It's a blow, Harriet, and it damages Lydgate as much as Bulstrode. But you must bear up as well as you can. Harriet, people don't blame you.
Give me your arm to the carriage, Walter. I feel very weak.
At home, she shut herself in her room. She needed time to get used to her maimed consciousness, her poor, lopped life. She took off all her ornaments and put on a plain black gown and a plain bonnet, which made her look suddenly like an early Methodist.
Come in.
Harriet?
Yes, Nicholas?
Do you know?
Yes, I know.
They cried together and could not speak of the shame which she was bearing with him. She could not say,
"How much is only slander and false suspicion?"
And he did not say,
I am innocent.
Rosamond herself remained in ignorance even longer than her aunt.
Who is your letter from?
Will Ladislaw.
Oh,
He writes that he may come and see us in the coming weeks.
when?
He doesn't give a date.
Rosamond had felt stung by Will's decision to quit Middlemarch, and she secretly cherished the belief that he had, or would have come to have in time, much more admiration for herself than for Mrs. Casaubon.
Why does Chichley write to me and say he cannot come to our house for dinner?
Is that what he says?
Did you invite the Chichleys for dinner?
Yes.
Why?
To show everyone that all is well, that our finances are no longer an issue.
Our finances are still an issue. We must economise, otherwise the same thing will happen all over again.
Yes, you keep saying that.
Because you don't seem to hear me.
Of course I hear you. But I know it's exactly what this house needs.
Rosamond, everything is not all right now. Where are you going?
To see my mother and father.
Mr. and Mrs. Vincy greeted their daughter with sad looks.
Oh, Rosamond.
Oh, my dear.
Is anything the matter, Papa?
I dare say he couldn't help it. I don't accuse him. I want you to know that, Rosamond, dear.
To think of you marrying into this trouble.
What trouble?
Debt was bad enough, but this is worse.
I think Lydgate must leave town.
Yes.
Things have gone against him.
What things?
You must tell her, Vincy. You must tell her all of it.
The shock to Rosamond was terrible. It seemed to her that no lot could be so cruelly hard as hers. To have married a man who had become the centre of infamous suspicions.
Rosamond,
Yes?
I thought you were asleep.
No.
Did you hear something today that distressed you?
Yes.
What have you heard?
Everything, I suppose. Papa told me.
That people think I am disgraced.
Yes. Surely, Tertius.
What?
Surely, now at last you have given up the idea of staying in Middlemarch.
The hardship of Lydgate's position was continually in Dorothea's mind, and she was relieved when she finally found a legitimate excuse to summon him to Lowick Manor.
I've wished very much to see you, but I put off asking you to come until Mr. Bulstrode wrote to me again about the hospital. I know that you will prefer that the old infirmary and the new hospital were kept separate, and I wanted to discuss the matter with you.
I'm afraid I may be an irrelevance in this question, since it is quite possible I shall have to leave town.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Well...
But it's not because there's no one to believe you. I know you've never done anything vile, that you would never do anything dishonourable.
Thank you, Mrs. Casaubon. Thank you.
Please, tell me everything, and we can consult together. We mustn't let people think a false evil of you.
So Lydgate told her everything.
How my orders came to be disobeyed is a question which I still can't answer. But I am blighted. My reputation is damned.
What if we kept on with the hospital according to the present plan, and you stayed here with the friendship and support of a few who believe in you? Eventually people would see how unfair they had been.
I do hate the thought of running away.
Well then...
But I can't ask anyone to put a great deal of money into a plan that depends on me.
Why can't you? I am very unhappy having all this money, and they tell me I have too little for any great scheme like building a school. But I would really like to use what I have to make people's lives better somehow.
I also have my wife to think of. It's impossible for me to take any step without consulting her happiness. She has set her mind against staying in Middlemarch. The troubles we've had here have wearied her.
What if I were to go and see her? Would she accept my sympathy? I could tell her that you'll be cleared in every fair mind.
I'm sure she would see you. She would feel honoured.
After Lydgate had gone, Dorothea sat down and wrote a cheque for £1,000. In this way she planned to rescue him from his obligation to Bulstrode. She would deliver the cheque to him tomorrow when she went to call on Mrs. Lydgate. But Dorothea's visit didn't go as she intended. For what did she find when she walked into the Lydgates' drawing room? She saw Mrs. Lydgate and Will Ladislaw. Mrs. Lydgate in tears, Will leaning towards her, both of her hands in his.
Dorothea. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mrs. Lydgate, your maid told me to wait in this room, and she didn't know that you were in here, either of you. I'm sorry, I called to deliver an important letter for Dr. Lydgate. I shall leave it here. Forgive the intrusion.
Dorothea left the room not knowing what to do or where to go. Rosamond, not understanding the enormity of the crisis, put out her arm and laid the tips of her fingers on Will's coat sleeve.
Don't touch me!
You can easily go after her and explain your preference.
And do you think she will turn to look at me? Or value any word I ever utter to her again? How can a man explain himself in this situation?
You can tell her whatever you please.
Do you suppose she would like me better for sacrificing you?
I've no idea.
I had no hope before. Not much of anything better to come, but I had one certainty, that she believed in me, whatever people might have said to her, and now that's gone, and she'll never think anything good of me again.
You need to be quite so violent in your manner.
What was it you said just then? Explain my preference. Explain my preference. I never had a preference for her any more than I would have had a preference for breathing. No other woman exists next to her. I would rather touch her hand if it were dead than I would touch any other woman's living.
Rosamond was almost losing the sense of her identity and seemed to be waking into some new, terrible existence. As for Dorothea herself, she did not swerve in her intentions. That same day she told Lydgate's story to her uncle, to Sir James, and to Mr. Farebrother. But when she returned to Lowick Manor, to the blue-green room, and she shut the door, she was exhausted.
Oh, I did love him. I did.
Will Ladislaw had deliberately deluded her. At their last farewell, he'd made her believe that he gave her his whole heart. In the morning, when she opened the curtains and looked out, there at the road there was a man with a bundle on his back, and a woman carrying her baby. In the field she could see figures moving. Far off in the bending sky was the pearly light, and she felt the largeness of the world, and the wakings of men to labour and endurance. She didn't want to look out from her luxurious shelter as mere spectator, nor hide her eyes in selfish complaining.
Mrs. Casaubon? Come in, Tantrip.
Mrs. Casaubon, are you quite well?
I am.
You haven't slept in your bed?
No.
But why, miss?
I couldn't sleep.
Then you must try and sleep now.
No, I can't. I have things to do.
By 11 o'clock, Dorothea was walking towards Middlemarch, having decided she would make her second attempt to save Rosamond.
Mrs. Casaubon.
Dr. Lydgate, I did not think I would find you at home.
I was just leaving for the hospital.
Do you think Mrs. Lydgate can receive me this morning?
Oh, I've no doubt she will, but I am glad to see you. I wrote this last night and was going to bring it to Lowick. When one is grateful for something too good for common thanks, writing is less unsatisfactory than speech. One does not hear how inadequate the words are.
Then you have accepted the money?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I will send Mr. Bulstrode a cheque today.
I am so glad.
Rosamond could not imagine why Mrs. Casaubon would want to call on the house again after the events of yesterday.
Mrs. Lydgate. Mrs. Casaubon. I had an errand yesterday which I didn't finish. I came to talk to you about your husband. Will you let me speak about him without thinking that I take liberties?
I know you have been very good, and I should like to hear anything that you have to say about Tertius.
Dorothea then told Rosamond everything.
He could speak to me because I am not connected to it all. And then I asked him if I could come and see you. That's why I came here yesterday.
Dorothea unconsciously took Rosamond's hand.
Oh, please don't cry. Please don't cry. I didn't mean to distress you. Marriage is so unlike anything else. There is something even awful in the nearness it brings.
Rosamond could find no words. Instead, she kissed Dorothea's forehead, and for a moment the two women held on to one another as if they had been in a shipwreck.
When you came in yesterday, it was not as you thought. Mr. Ladislaw was telling me how he loved another woman. And now I think he hates me because you misunderstood what you saw. He said yesterday that no other woman existed for him beside you. What happened was entirely my fault, and he said he could never explain it to you because then he would have to blame me. But I've told you now, and he cannot reproach me anymore.
No, he cannot.
You've been extremely kind. I never imagined you'd be so kind.
Better days will come, Mrs. Lydgate.
Do you really think so?
Later, when Dorothea had gone and Lydgate had returned from the hospital, he asked,
"Well, Rosie, what did you think of Mrs. Casaubon?"
I think she must be better than anyone. And she is very beautiful. If you go to talk to her so often, you'll be more discontented with me than ever.
But has she made you any less discontented with me?
I think she has. Do you know, you have black circles under your eyes.
Do I?
And do push your hair back, Tertius.
He lifted his hand to obey her and felt thankful for this small mark of interest in him. He had accepted his narrow lot with sad resignation. When Will Ladislaw called again at the Lydgate house later that day, Rosamond received him with a coldness which her husband put down to nervous exhaustion. It did not cross his mind that the coldness was directed at Will.
So now everyone in Middlemarch knows not only that I'm the son of an impoverished Polishman, but I'm also the grandson of thieving pawnbrokers.
What does it matter what they think?
No. They never thought anything good of me anyway.
Would you like tea, Mr. Ladislaw?
Mr. Ladislaw?
Will. Would you like tea?
Yes, please.
There you are.
Thank you.
As Rosamond handed him the cup, Will saw that there was a tiny bit of folded paper in the saucer. It was not until much later, when he was alone in the street, that he was free to read it.
I have told Mrs. Casaubon. She is no longer under any misapprehension about you. I told her because she came to see me and was very kind. You will have nothing to reproach me with now. I shall not have made any difference to you.
The effect of these words was not all gladness. He had no idea whether Dorothea might feel her dignity wounded in having this explanation offered to her. She might still think very differently of him now and forever. But what could he do?
I'm very grateful to you for seeing me.
I'm very glad to see you.
I think you must know, everyone knows now, the painful story about my parentage. I knew of it before I went away, and I always meant to tell you if we ever met again. Mr. Bulstrode offered me money, but I didn't accept it. I didn't want to take an income from such a source.
You acted just as I would have expected you to act.
I didn't think you'd allow any circumstance of my birth to create a prejudice in you against me, though I know it's sure to do that in others.
Nothing could have changed you in my eyes except thinking, when I saw you, thinking that you were different, that I had been wrong to believe...
When I thought you doubted my heart, I couldn't bear it. I felt very bleak, as if there was nothing to try for anymore, only things to endure.
But I don't doubt you any longer.
I know. I mean, I hoped so. I didn't know for sure. That's why I had to see you.
Look how dark the clouds have become. And how the trees shake.
Yes.
You're smiling. Why are you smiling?
I didn't realise I was.
In a moment it will pour down.
Yes.
And that pleases you.
Yes. Because it saves me from leaving.
There.
It was one of those moments when both the busy and the idle pause in a certain awe.
But now you look sad.
I am sad.
But a moment ago you were so happy.
I just remembered that none of this really matters.
What do you mean?
I mean that there is no hope for me. Even if you loved me as well as I love you, even if I were everything to you, I meant to stay away, but I have not been able to do what I meant. I'm sorry.
Please don't be sorry.
It was not clear who kissed whom first.
I wish it were not impossible.
Yes.
I resent it so, our lives being maimed by circumstance.
No, please. Don't say that, please. I don't want your life to be maimed.
But it is. Since we can never be married.
Sometime we might.
When? I could not offer myself to any woman, even if she had no luxuries to renounce.
They stood for a moment like two children, looking out on the storm, holding hands.
I should go.
Not yet. You needn't go yet.
I must.
Oh, I cannot bear it. My heart is breaking. I hate my wealth. We could live quite well on my own fortune. It is too much, 700 a year. I want so little. No new clothes, and I will learn what everything costs.
Will Ladislaw's smile at this moment was pure sunshine. It was Dorothea's uncle, Mr. Brooke, who had the uncomfortable job of breaking the news to her sister Celia. She set off to Lowick at once.
Oh, Dorothea, you know it is very bad. You have disappointed us all.
I'm sorry.
How can you go and live in that way? You will be so poor.
We won't be so poor.
What about all your plans? Sir James would have taken any trouble for you, and you might have gone on doing whatever you liked. For your whole life.
On the contrary, I could never do anything I wanted to do. I haven't carried out a single plan yet.
That's because you were always trying to do things the wrong way. And how can you marry Mr. Ladislaw when you said you would never marry? James is dreadfully shocked. And you will go away and I will never see you.
Dear Celia, if you don't ever see me, it won't be my fault.
Yes, it will, because James can't bear the idea of this marriage because he thinks it's not right. He thinks you are so wrong, and you always were wrong. Only I can't help loving you. And nobody can think where you will go or where you will live.
We will go to London.
And live on a street.
Yes, we'll live on a street.
You will be so poor. And I will give you half of my things, but how can I if I never see you?
Well, perhaps James will forgive me.
Does Mr. Ladislaw love you very much?
I hope so. Because I adore him.
But what about Mary Garth and Fred Vincy? We haven't heard much from them for so long now.
Father.
I came to look for you, Mary. Let's walk a bit.
Is all well, Father?
I've got a bit of news.
Good or bad?
Well, that depends. What do you think of Fred going to live at Stone Court and managing the land there?
How would that happen?
He managed it for his poor aunt, Mrs. Bulstrode. And the poor woman came to me begging. She wants to do the lad a good turn. Says her husband's given the land over to her. It's in her name only now. With saving, Fred might gradually buy the stock. And I believe he has a talent for farming. I promised I'd oversee it. See he's managing all right.
I wonder if any other girl thinks her father the best man in the world.
Nonsense, child. You'll think your husband better.
No, never. Husbands are an inferior class of men who need keeping in order.
Well, Fred'll be coming over later, and I thought you'd like to tell him yourself. And after that, I could talk it over with him.
When Mary did tell Fred, he could hardly believe her.
Don't joke, Mary.
I'm not joking.
Tell me it is all true, and you are happy because you love me best.
It is all true, Fred, and I'm very happy, and I love you best.
Fred, Mary?
What, Letty?
Are you ever coming in?
Why?
Because if you're not, we want to eat your cake.
All those who have cared for Fred Vincy and Mary Garth will be glad to hear that their marriage was one of mutual happiness. Fred never became rich, but he remained unswervingly steady. And they had 3 sons, 2 of whom Mrs. Vincy was relieved to see had none of the Garth look about them. But the youngest was the image of his grandfather Caleb, which made Mary happier than anything. As for Lydgate, he went to London and became a successful doctor to the rich. Consequently, he always regarded himself as a failure. He died of diphtheria at the age of 50, and his wife and children were well provided for by his life insurance. After his death, Rosamond married an extremely wealthy physician, and often spoke of her late happiness as a reward. And Dorothea? Dorothea was not long estranged from her sister.
Celia? Celia, whatever's the matter?
I have had a letter from Dorothea. She is staying at the Grange, and she has had a little boy, and you will not let me go and see her, and I'm sure she wants to see me. And she will not know what to do with the baby, and she will do all the wrong things. I know she will. And they thought that she would die when the baby was born, and imagine if she had died and I had never seen her again. And I do wish she would be less unkind, James.
Good heavens, Celia, I will do anything you like. I will take you to the Grange this moment if you wish it.
I do wish it.
And so Sir James drove his wife the very short distance from Freshitt to his neighbour, Mr. Brooke.
Celia, Chettam, this is a great surprise.
I must see Dorothea.
Yes, Dorothea is here. Dorothea is here with her child and with her husband. Her husband is here, you know.
We know.
You know. You know, do you, Chettam? You are aware?
Yes.
Very good. Well, very well. Yes. Follow me into the drawing room.
Oh, Dorothea.
Celia.
Oh, Dodo. I've missed you so.
This is him. This is my baby boy.
Oh, he's very beautiful.
I know.
Ladislaw, congratulations on the birth of your son.
Thank you, Sir James.
Where women love each other, men learn to smother their mutual dislike. Sir James never liked Ladislaw, and Will always preferred to have Sir James's company alongside others. But Dorothea and her family came at least twice a year to the Grange, and all possibility of estrangement was forgotten. Will Ladislaw became a Member of Parliament, and nothing could have made Dorothea happier. Her husband was in the thick of the struggle against all the wrongs that existed, and consequently so was she. Many who knew her thought it a pity that such an extraordinary woman should have been absorbed into the life of another, and be known only as a wife and a mother. But no one could say exactly what else it was that she ought to have done. And the effect of her being on those around her was incalculably diffusive. For the growing good of the world is partly dependent on unhistoric acts. And that things are not so ill as they might have been is half owing to the number who lived faithfully a hidden life and rest in unvisited graves.
In Middlemarch by George Eliot, Dorothea was played by Olivia Vinall, Will Ladislaw by Joseph Quinn, Dr. Lydgate, John Heffernan, Rosamond, Laura Christy, Mr. Bulstrode, Adrian Scarborough, and Mrs. Bulstrode, Rosie Cavaliero. Reverend Farebrother was played by Miles Jupp, Sir James Chettam by Hugh Skinner, Celia, Lucy Reynolds, Mr. Brooke and Mr. Garth, Neil McCaul, Fred Vincy, Will Kirk, Mary Garth and Tantrip, Scarlett Courtney, and Letty Garth, Grace Doherty. Raffles was played by Clive Hayward, Mr. Vincy by Rick Warden, Mrs. Vincy, Heather Craney, Mrs. Plymdale, Jessica Turner, Mrs. Abel, Sinead McInnes, Dr. Hawley, Greg Jones, and Hopkins, Icky Elias. The narrator, George Eliot, was Juliet Aubrey. Middlemarch was adapted by Katie Hims and directed by Tracy Neal.